Oh, good. That's it.
They can, yeah, it's not long. They can still talk to me, they, with Jake, they can't talk to each other.
Call this meeting to order. We will begin with the department update by Public Works. Okay. Things on the consent agenda today. First one is the small works contract. In the county, Northwest Natural Homes LLC, and this is for the stucco work at the front of the building. So our carpenters putting the frame back up, and we hired a stucco person on a small works contract to do the stucco work. Our expertise. So we're trying to button that piece of the project up as well, get that entrance open again at some point soon. Item number 3, and this is a request to carry lead time forward into next year. So with the number of people being off for COVID and other illness-related items, many of our staff have not been able to take leave as they would like. We made a big push to use a lot of it, but this is being conservative. We're hoping that there'll be less on the books than what's on the sheet that we submitted on the consent agenda. And then we have one important.
For the record, for you and everybody else, I'm fine with all of that. Just know that come July 1st, that's when I draw my line of why I'm saying that.
Okay.
But for this,
And then some of the guys, especially the maintenance workers, they have leave scheduled between now and the end of the year, and snow or weather may prevent them from actually taking it. So, okay. We have 3 approvals. One's for Southern Folger, and this is for one of the rebuilds on one of the jail doors. We have a pay estimate for interstate concrete and asphalt, and this is for the paving on Roosevelt. And that's $1,507,485.20. We have another pay estimate for Kirby Nail House, this building, in the amount of $247,785.46. Sorry about the way things are stapled. It's been one of those mornings. On the construction side, the guidepost, the contractor installing the guidepost signs started, at least with the guideposts last week, and they should continue this week. And hopefully when WashDOT gets the signs approved, we'll move forward with that work as well. Still waiting on materials for West Darland paving project. Roosevelt Grade Road, they actually finished the paving, all the mainline paving last week. And then they had a few approaches left that if they didn't get it yesterday, they should get it today. And then they'll be continuing on with gravel on the shoulders to make up the difference between the shoulder drop off and the old elevation road, and striping, and then there's lots of guardrail work. So that'll be ongoing, but those items, except for striping, are not weather dependent. Let's see. Design work continues, no real earth-shattering information on anything new. Maintenance crews, it's kind of a slow week for everybody, so some of the guys are trying to take leave time, some of that leave time off, and hopefully the weather will stay like it is now, and they'll actually get to continue taking it and be with their families.
I saw some brushing, it looked good.
Yeah, it's brushing season, kind of getting them to the end of grading season, but there's still some going on, mostly brushing. On the facility side, so this building, so we're still waiting to fill the big dig back in and waiting for approval from DOE. The landscapers should finish their outside work this week. And then our flooring, they ordered more flooring and that arrived, so they're installing that in the evenings now, trying to finish up that final. Furniture, we'll continue to receive furniture until March of next year. There's another big order coming in December and another one the 1st of January. So the tables, work tables downstairs in the conference room, the main conference room that fold up and go in the closet, those will all arrive in January, as well as the guest chairs and offices and those kinds of things.
Speaking of tables, we've already received a request for this month.
Yeah.
For women sitting at it, we can kind of see.
Yeah,
So
I
we
was,
put like a 6-inch or a 1-foot little skirt.
yeah, privacy screen.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. The windows. So we were missing glass in some of our interior windows. That glass has arrived, and the installers will be on site Monday afternoon, late to start installing it. So that all should be complete next week. The blinds, the people installing the blinds came in last night and installed more. Tonight they'll install more. I think they're going to try and hit the health department that corner. Some on the first floor.
Or our blinds, vertical or horizontal.
Vertical. Yeah. So then they said 3 days, so they'll be done complete by next Tuesday when you arrive back. HVAC units. So we talked kind of briefly this morning about the challenges with the units. Some of them they've quieted down. The one in here is quieted by having the ceiling tiles put back in and the hatches closed up. But they're bringing the designer, the mechanical designer back in, so they'll be on site either this week or first of next week to try and come up with a solution. They talked about the drive units that are in the fan coils are fixed, and they talked about getting variable speed drives, which should be able to run at a lower output, which may help, but whether it provides enough CFM to the room or not, they'll be the judge of it because it's their design. So we'll find out when they get here and take a look at things. But it's not, in several areas, it's not running how it should. You can audibly hear those areas. Okay, let's see. So those are the main items of the building. Still continue to move people in. I think we're running a little ahead of schedule. So we may try and move some that are pushed out a little farther back in, but just quicker, not having to move furniture, just boxes. So the guys are getting ahead of schedule, which is great. Let's see. So we talked about courthouse entry. There's just some minor punch list items to replace. The other thing, there's lots of blue stickers everywhere in this building. So the last thing is the painters and sheetrockers, and then the tape on the floor. So cleaning the glue will be responsibility of the guys installing the floor. For the most part, there's some painted spots, so the painters have to clean up and patch all the holes, and wherever there's paint on or blue tape on the walls, it's because there's a mar or a ding or the paint needs to be fixed. So those should come off within the next couple of weeks as well. We talked about the HVAC units, just waiting on those. Radio sites, I don't know if Jeff wanted to say something about the equipment order. Having to order the equipment by the end of the year for that site on Sada's Pass. We're still working away at the design piece, but it sounds like equipment might need to be ordered before the end of the year. Is that right?
I have it in my update as well. Yes, that's what we found out just recently is that the base station radios that we use throughout our system the last date to order them from the manufacturer is the end of December this year. So those need to be ordered immediately.
So we'll be working on that. It's Jeff's project, so we'll wait till he gets back from vacation on Monday and work with Rick to make that happen. Okay, follow-up issues. Health Department plans to use the first floor large conference room for vaccination on Tuesday, through the end of the year.
On Tuesdays only.
Tuesdays only so far, yeah. So one of the things that we have to come up with is a way for how do we want to use some of these meeting rooms in the building? That one especially, it's a large room that could be used by the community. We've talked about that before. And then, so how do we want to make that available? Will there be a fee or not? And we can maybe come up with a couple ideas and then present them at a future meeting if that makes sense. So for right now, it's just available to county for certain functions.
We charge for use of Dallas Park Community Center if they want to.
Yes.
We charge for public.
Yes.
So
Everybody,
it would be
yeah.
the same thing if we did it here.
So we did have a request for the Dallas Port Community Center. Annually, they have it's a Christmas bazaar as a fundraiser for the community. So they raise money for the fire department and community council. And there's a fee for each person that has a booth for 3 days. And they're requesting the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of December to use the facility. The fee would be $150 that they're asking to be waived. But this is what they would do with it. They would clean up the facility when they were done with it and in lieu of the fees.
This is the first time they've asked, or is this historically?
Historically, yeah, they've done this.
Do you have any idea how much they've raised for
The fee is $25 for a booth for the 3 days. And I don't know how many people that they have actually attend with a booth. I don't know. But what they said was that the money would go either to the fire department or the council. And there'll be the fee waiver will be on your agenda next week, so you can think about it. I just wanted to give you a heads up that the request is coming. So we're kind of getting to that point where we'll start having major winter snowfall events and other emergencies that can occur with snow and water. And so typically what I'll do for major snow events is I'll get information early in the morning when a large event happens, and I'll text it to the 3 commissioners, and then you can use that information along with what Jeff provides to make decisions. And so we'll get the road conditions and that piece of it. I'll forward on to you how they're looking and when we're going to have things opened up.
How does the board make decisions without having conversations?
Historically, it would be a conversation with the chairman. Even though you guys would be there on the briefing.
So essentially, Chairman Burrow. Close or not close.
Right.
That makes sense.
And that's definitely under the advisement of
Council.
emergency management and.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, and you can call me. Once I send out the text, I'm awake and I'm up. It'll be early before 6 o'clock, I'm sure. So, or whenever something happens. If something, we've had flooding events that have, jeopardized bridges and those kinds of things, causing us to take action. If it's something that I need to talk to somebody, I'll give you a call. Otherwise, we'll try and take care of it, deal with it, and then let you know. But sometimes we have to call.
If the building does get closed, or the county does get closed, I'm assuming you just send a mass email. How do staff get notified?
Yeah, so then personnel actually sends out the notification once the decision is made. Then they take care of that.
And we have it set up in our emergency notification system to send a message to all county employees or to specific facilities if it's just, oh, a building closed or Oakdale versus White Salmon. We have those groups set up in that system for all the employees or just by building, just by department, so direct those. Because if you send emails, people won't generally get them before they get to work. So we send those messages to their personal devices if they so choose to sign up for that. And they'll get them before they leave home from work. Is the idea. And there's a whole procedure and a policy for that emergency that we follow.
Hourly folks shouldn't be checking their emails before they get to work.
And
Yeah, and it's probably good to send a reminder out because, with new people, they may not be registered. But it's just that time of year to start thinking about all this stuff again, because it will happen.
my emergency management program coordinator initiated that process because of the move to the new building to ask everybody to renew their information or to get signed up for the first time if they're not. Sent that email out, I think a week or two. We're already working on that.
Okay, so the other last item on my list is what's in the new building. So since we're all moving in here, a lot of us haven't been together, and I know that different directors have talked and looked at this differently, but I knew there was a resolution for pets in the buildings, and I pulled it. So if the commissioners want to continue with what's in the resolution or to change it, now is probably a good time to think about doing that. So, and this is, I think 2005 is when this resolution was put in place. Before, yeah, a few years ago. So
I would assuming this policy makes exceptions for like dogs.
service animals, yeah, they're covered up a lot. I think it's the last year.
And I'll check and see if in the state, there's a certification process for that, or if there's, a legal definition of what those are. Somebody can't just say.
Oregon, you used to be able to just go online and print yourself a form off the internet, and now.
They changed it, or it's much more
Right,
defined.
and I hope the Washington did the same.
Otherwise, every animal's somebody's service animal. Comfort, But we'll look into that. I'll look into that. So unless you rescind this resolution, it's currently in effect, and we would remind, we'll send it out to all employees. I can do that if you want, or facilities, we can talk about it, however you want to handle it.
The end of my list.
The answers you were looking for. Let's see, we got all the answers we're looking for.
I did, yes. Yeah, so that's the other thing. That just gives you, that's what went out. It's basically, there's a request for just questions on things that we're working on. So that's the information provided. I just thought that you should have it. What was that?
I stopped down by the health department vaccination clinic. It looked like it was running smoothly. It's like there was a bunch of people there, so that's great.
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's good use of the building already.
All right. Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Running a little ahead of schedule. And you guys are talking in the back. I'm hearing sort of an echo out of the microphone. Jen said that she could hear you, but did you hear too?
Well, it's almost like the mic was playing it and then the speaker was there.
That's the functionality of it. It projects what's in the back of the room forward and what's in the front of the room back.
Yeah. Because you don't sound like you sound like a speaker from here. So that's kind of what I was getting there.
I didn't know if they needed to be more balanced.
They need to come back in, but they have to wait till the system gets quiet. That microphone can be electronically balanced.
Perfect. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
The dream, right?
Hanging in there. Yes, Joe and Frank and I are all trying to. Now, I'm sure. Where our administrative positions have been out for 4 or 5 weeks now, and will continue to be out for an undetermined amount of time. Figure out all those financial things for ourselves. And at this stage, we're getting great support and help from the auditor and her staff, the finance manager, filling those gaps. So start out with the official report. There's nothing on your consent agenda for today in my department. However, next Tuesday the 30th, the Rockview radio site agreement renewal. So what I mentioned to you on staff, Benton County situation with their site, we've had an agreement there that has not been really acted upon by Benton County Emergency Services. Now they're having to do that and collect those fees. Just want to let you know that's going to be on your agenda. Our annual fee will be $7,400 for 22. Up from zero because they haven't collected in the past. As long as I've been here, and I believe the history of our location at that site. So by a calculated cost share formula, describe the agreement every year. After that, questions, yeah, let me know. And the radio system itself, again, this report is mostly normally. We are still having silent key ups on the fire channel, and on rare occasion on county ops now. So to that still is baffled the technicians and our support personnel. It doesn't seem to make any sense to try to do things and not solve the issue because it is so intermittent. It's hard to pin down. It's not stopping us from conducting radio traffic when it happens. Talk over it. Dispatch on the field. But it's indicated that something is going on in the system. The press where it fails. And then the trailer repeater, which I've mentioned before in previous reports, that Rural 7 Fire Rescue had some concerns about performance since that adjustments were made to the site where that trailer repeater is. I won't say it's fast. I've got no new reports of issues. Whether that's just that they haven't been called out there to one of those trouble spots, or whether it is working good, it's really tell. But
Has that good trailer sign. repeater ever been vandalized out there?
No. It's inside the WashDOT yard.
Oh,
Pass, which is limited security. There's a lot of anything anybody can walk on the property, but it's next to a building, kind of coming out of sight. And we watch it. I have volunteers that go by there regularly. Chief Browning lives right across Highway 97 from it. So, and they're fire volunteers. They work for WashDOT and they close eye on it. By.
what's our plan for that trailer once we get our CSMS thing built?
That trailer repeater was never designed to be used like this. Its original design and purpose of being purchased was to take to significant incidents on scene for a local repeated working or tactical channel that you can use right on the ground. So that's put it back in service for that purpose. Park it at the emergency management facility and deploy it like we do the mobile command post for supporting all hazards.
And that trailer can only do our own repeated traffic on our channels. We have no cell service repeater that can come off of it.
No, not on that. And that is the trailer repeater has its own, is one public safety repeater in it that is its own channel. It doesn't repeat any of our simulcast day-to-day channels that we use. Standalone tactical repeater. It also has an amateur radio repeater in it and an antenna, so that provides that functionality as well. Yeah. And with the, just farther down in the report, under emergency management, this is brought up, mobile command post technology enhancements. In those enhancements, getting devices that boost cell signal. And so we'll have 2, if not 3 cell services hotspots in that vehicle that will have the booster with that signal for low coverage area.
Have you looked into, like, we talked a while ago about, for the mobile command, like a Starlink unit or something, so that you can have access to internet when you go out to major IP connectivity.
I have not looked into the Starlink connection. Right now, project for the enhancements is already in progress to provide the internet connection through the cellular system. So yes, I have put in the same system for an internal network as well, but it's, I can't remember the name of it now. It's the same system that the deputies are using in their vehicles to provide theirs. And IT has been fully involved in that process. I have multiple new boxes that help us provide not only cell phone and text services, but also internet access. And then an onboard network so that anybody that comes in, which is separate from the county network, but anybody that comes in, county, city, all various law enforcement, fire agencies, and staff, support staff, they're not those, they can network and share documents, information. Thank you. You're welcome. So that, and access, without having to add driver. Got it. Okay, maintenance, I'm still in the process of reviewing that annual radio system inspection report and following up as time allows. There's nothing remaining that is of a critical nature. I did deal with those. We've had some issues with the road channel lining up at Indian Hillside. It's troubleshooting and there was work there last week. And so now it's not continuing to do that. So we think we found the problem, fix it. As any internet issue, we're still monitoring it. Radio site lease agreements, the radio site sublease co-location agreement application process is being reviewed. There's no standard application process. We're getting more and more requests from both public safety and other entities asking to co-locate or to sublease at our sites. And so I want to standardize that process for the application and add a fee for that because we pay our radio system support vet those things for us. And the same time, standardize the actual agreement for sublease locations at our sites. Because the ones that I have in existence are all over the board. Content, stipulations, all that stuff. So that project is in process, with myself and the tier 3 radios system service support provider. And Indian Hill sublease for River County is one of those that I'm going to use as the new standard. I've already gone through the application process, but their agreement to make it the first standard agreement. So everything that we renew or make new here on out is the standard agreement. Albeit every site has and every user has specific needs, but as much as possible to standardize. Wave broadband will be in a similar situation as the Flattop site. Right now, until I get the rest of that standardized, I'm not going to proceed with their co-location agreement process. And as already mentioned, public safety radio project negotiated for the land lease. I'm still providing monthly project updates to the Rural 7 Fire Commissioner. And then the issue that already mentioned about the ordering deadline for the base station radios. Made aware of that by our contracted tier 3 service support technician late last week. And he reviews the documents that was put out by the contractor for the project that I had sent him. That somebody hopefully is paying attention to this. I'm gonna make sure I forward that on to Jeff Hunter, forward on to the other contractor to make sure that we make those orders before they go out of stock.
Is this out of stock or they just continuing that model?
Continuing that on. The issue that we have is in a simulcast system, can't mix disparate radios. They have to all be the same so they can communicate properly.
So if we don't get on the ball with this, we might be ordering 10.
Well, there is up to 8 per site. We will have 12 sites at this point.
Approved.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So they're discontinuing the product, are they still going to provide parts for?
Yes, I believe that the support for those is out to 2028, that nature. And then those are included in the 40-year projections for the radio system maintenance and operation. Placement costs that I put together. For now, I believe they're in there. Say this past site wasn't included, obviously, but it is on a replacement schedule. And so their end of support is not our end of life. We know that they'll last longer than that. And what my service provider recommended, contracted with on a regular basis, which is different than what we're contracting for with the project. So he recommended getting one spare when we ordered for States Fast, so that we have that. One completely failed, can't be repaired. We replaced just one with that spare instead of replace. So there were 12 that you have to replace because you have to replace them by channel. One at each site. If it was one of the main dispatch channels for county office, there'd be 12 to replace. We didn't have a spare. Okay, any other questions? Radio system or radio project? Okay, and I'll pass this over to Phil and help him out when needed, some of the stuff he hasn't been involved with yet. So the maximum call taking. It's actually working.
All right, so for the call volumes, don't believe you got them in time for your copy. Total 911 calls is 1,125. Non-emergency calls for October were 3,961. Saw an increase on non-emergency calls for a total of about 5,000 86. Right now, we're continuing the emergency staffing situation. One employee that had to be off most of the month of November, that was unplanned, unexpected. We're working through that and trying to keep everybody motivated and willing to still come to work all those extra days. So
That was due to a close relative to COVID.
yeah, so that's been kind of a little bit challenging on top of what we're already facing. But everybody was willing to step in and make sure that that individual had the time that she needed to take care of. We have, this last week, we had, we have one communications officer in the final stages. We're still looking at mid-December for her end of training. So far, we're doing good, and that is looking good. So she'll be able to fill in a shift by mid-December. We had one communications officer, not a new one, but an existing communications officer step up and offer to be a training officer. So she completed her certification last week. And as a result, we were able to hire 3 full-time communications officers. And so they are all in training right now as of last week. So
Where was the training again?
how long is the training? The
Do
training?
they have to sit with a supervisor?
Yeah, they have to sit with a communications officer, and it goes anywhere between average of 5 to 6 months. There's a lot to learn from call taking, managing calls, talking to hysterical callers, and then the dispatch aspect of that for law enforcement, fire, and EMS. So yeah, they'll be working with a communications officer, and those officers, the trainers have gone through extensive training just to make sure that several things happen. Training is positive, and it's a positive environment, and we're maximizing our time with our new employees. And we're looking forward, and we're pushing, and our new employees, we will push, drag, whatever we need to do to get them to the finish line. And so that's what we're working on. It is a challenge, right? It is going to be a challenge for the training officers because we typically hire one individual and we're able to pass them along to another training officer and give them breaks. It is very exhausting because you're not doing only your job, but you're having to watch someone else do their job and make sure that they do it correctly and jump in whenever needed. It's going to be a little trying for them without being able to do the breaks between, but they're all looking forward to that.
Rotated through training officers.
We typically do.
Yeah, I'm sure they have multiple training officers in case one of them accidentally forgot something.
Correct.
That's
Yeah, and typically we use that to give the training officer a break. Since we have 3 training officers and 3 trainees, no breaks, but we're still going to be doing. Yeah. So, but they're excited. They're excited to have the opportunity to get the employees in.
Did any of these 3 new hires use the promotions or the new language contract?
One of them could have. So it's not effective. But
Oh,
yes, one of our current
One of them
communications
qualified.
officers recommended one of the people that we did hire. So that would have applied.
And I know we talked a little bit about, different things we were looking for in our new hires. All 3 of them are new to dispatch. the laterals, but a couple of them serve on volunteer fire departments. So they have a little bit of knowledge to build onto. All three of them are have roots in the community though, so we are looking for that long time of service for them. That all goes well. We're gonna try our best for that. We still have one casual position open. We're still looking to see what we can do with that, but with our training officers all busy now, I might have to sit out a little bit. If we get a catchment, we can insert them into the schedule. We're still working on the lead communication officer position, trying to fill that and promote one of our communications officers to that position. Unfortunately, finding the time to meet with them, finding the time to finish that process, it's been a little difficult, but it's on the priority list. As soon as they come aboard, they can take on forward. Yeah, I think that one.
Be all mine. Still considering the ramifications of if we need to go to one Sean's officer on duty at a time due to any potential vaccine mandates that affect our department. We're counting towards the large meeting. We had a meeting scheduled this afternoon with law enforcement heads due to one of their scheduled conflicts. I'm going to push that out to sometime next week, the week after at this point. Full effect, what it would mean if we have one Sean's officer on duty, and then those law enforcement officers would have to start doing for themselves. Dispatch now does when there's people in the room and have the capability at that point, our comms officer, just one of them in the room, it would become primarily a call taker without the initial dispatch, and everything else would be emergency traffic only. Radio. So like I said, fully vet what that means. That would be for us, for our law enforcement partners. And then also reach out and collaborate with the fire and EMS providers. So that means for them.
I don't know that that's going to be an issue, but I think it's a good idea to have a policy in your manual because there's an earthquake next month and you have the same problem. So it's probably a good idea to plan for it.
Yeah, it would be under, we're at an extreme staffing level already, low staffing level, and if we lost 2 or 3 more people, if they would need, we have one person on for a long period of time. It's only pre-plan for that, not just internally, but with our partners that was. Vacation leave carryover, I'll continue on with that. I've not submitted that yet. However, myself and the chief of operations with me today both have significant time that will not be able to take by the end of the year. Unless they just walk away and neglect my duties, especially with the administrative assistant out now for an undetermined amount of time, already getting farther and farther behind by the day. So by the end of the year, I'll have 78 hours.
Is it just the two of you or do you have communication officers?
Thanks.
So they were able to just.
Everybody, their partners stepped up, teammates, to allow everybody to take their vacation. We did not have to deny any vacation. Some people gave some vacation time back, but nobody is going to be above their threshold. And the union employees have a much higher threshold than the regular employees to start with. That's something also helpful. Yes, we checked that record again this morning. There's nobody filling. Yes, our commitment is to do our best to take that. If it is allowed to be carried over, take the 78 hours myself, 51 hours fulfilled for June 30th. You understand? Points on that. At this point, it would be irresponsible for me to take this off and leave
move right in.
And part of that is, for me, the transition from the higher threshold that before to the 120. So I haven't gotten it before, and yeah, working on taking weekends off, and days off, but that's not happening. So we consider in the future going back to hourly. But yeah, so that's, I'm trying to, covering shifts and making sure we have several communications officers taking vacation during December. And so covering shifts for them and making sure that they get the times that they need as well. So between covering the shifts and a day or 2 days of admin work, kind of difficult. So didn't plan for any more time off. And then moving on to the operations and training, we're trying to get everything back and going for our communications officers. We've done some training, but seeking opportunities to get some training, even though, so we can't plan for full days, things like that, especially, I can't ask anybody else to take on more days and give up their days off. So we've been taking opportunities as much as possible during our shifts and in training, covering, I think this last week where our new training officer completed her training, covering her shift so that she can be able to do that and be helpful in that way. It turns around and pays for itself. So we're getting that back and going. Still working on the 911 phone system update, and part of that update is the text to 911. Hopefully here by tomorrow, I will have a date scheduled that updated. It'll be a little nerve-wracking. It will take our phone system down for a planned outage of up to 4 hours. Hopefully
That's
less.
scary.
Yes, very scary. Hopefully less, but we'll plan for anything that might come, and we're going to be working with our partners in Skamania County. That's where the cost will roll over, and having several ways that we can continue to provide the best quality service for our citizens here, and have those costs routed through Skamania County. So we're developing a plan for that and different contingencies just in case. So yeah, that'll be planned out several weeks as soon as I get a date for the text to be on site. We're having some as part of the service that we do for law enforcement. The state access system is what we use to connect to the National Center, National or NCIC, National Information Center, which we deal with warrants, stolen vehicles, stolen property and such, vehicle returns, driver's license files. The state is doing an update. Unfortunately, part of their planning did not plan for making the changes in the testing environment. So we were working with our partners in law enforcement to deal with that. It's created some officer safety issues as a result. And we're in communication with the state and letting them know and trying to work with them as much as possible to minimize the lack of service thereof. Started 8 months, yeah. The most recent is they went and cleared a whole bunch of files that stolen vehicles that if an officer pulls over, they would not have a heads up that this is a stolen vehicle criminal inside. So we were, as soon as we got that, the dispatchers ended up going on to overnight dispatchers to try and get all those files back in. So again, I'm thankful for them, and I'm thankful for covering overtime and willing to step up and do a lot of work whenever things like this happen. Trying to do that in between calls, things like that, as fast as possible.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
The next bullet point is 911 phone service outages. I've largely dealt with it historically, so it's starting to take over that. But a concern, and the reason I bring it here, with Glenwood area, teeth that problem, the Lehman, previously CenturyLink phone system issue. 3 instances of phone service outages in Glenwood in the last 2 weeks. And as I was very missed, yesterday Roosevelt lost 911 service. I don't know if it's a full phone service outage or not, but it was 911 service was out twice, and it did not get fully resolved until after midnight last night. 12:20, we got the email that said back up. And in those circumstances, we put out public information after we worked with the fire chiefs to page the firefighters to respond to their call for 911 outage, and the message to the public in our flyers and so on, that if you can't go through on 911, go to your local fire station. There's one in every community in Satellite Hall, lots of outline. And the closest place to go for help. That was a strain on those volunteers because they have to go and man their hall for now a number of hours in the last 2 weeks. So fire chiefs now are starting to push back on that protocol that we put in place a few years back. Other than trying to make CenturyLink have more reliable service, what our options are. In the past, it was down before I initiated this new protocol, manning the stations. People couldn't call, they couldn't call. They'd have to go to the hospital or whatever themselves, or go to the nearest phone and did it. So there are no good options. I expect otherwise, I'll reach out to them and we just CenturyLink make our concerns known, but I have little faith that would get us much. Glenwood Valley has always been a problem. Had or haven't?
I had
Okay.
brought up this as well as the internet speeds that aren't meeting the cap,
Great.
speeds that are required. What they were saying. So if you have like something that's occurring and the cost that it's, on our fire departments and everything. It's a team. Look into it.
Definitely do that.
And what have you heard from a little bit about the reasons why?
They really don't give any. We get an email, which goes to all of our comms officers email group. And then chief operations or myself, depending on who's on call, gets a phone call as well. And they say, the initial call is notification, and we're looking into it. Then it is, yep, we found the issue, we fixed it, and it's resolved. Very little details otherwise. Once in a while, what I know from a good friend of mine that's worked in CenturyLink and West and all the rest of them, previously, a local 911 phone tech, is that in the Glenwood Valley, they have some issues with their circuits out there, especially when it rains really hard, water. So, but otherwise, they don't give specifics. I don't look at any liability
And I was seeing some stuff when we were over in Spokane coming across the Facebook. People have stood that were having no 911, no phone.
Yes. Yep. Okay. And also the EMS call volume. I'm ex-official member on the EMS district board, and the board meeting was last Thursday. Reported there that the EMS call volume for October was record setting. We're as far back as they have records for the district form. And the response to EMS calls getting refined. They are working on the ambulance, the EMS district level, have backup staff available, on standby, those things until when they have either multiple 911 calls out of the Goldville area, which is the area that's most isolated, Dallasport and Wood River, or excuse me, Dallasport and White Salmon, West End areas, and not mutual aid that come from Wood River County or Wasco County readily for the Goldville area. There's nobody close by that can perform mutual aid for an ALS ambulance. And a lot, they're not available on the local fire and EMS. So they're adding their budget for next year. They increase the amount that they'll have for standby crew, put on a second car in Goldville, Dallasport, fill in. And again, whether that's 911 call volumes or whether that's EHS transfer, they're working on that. That will continue to stabilize itself. Due to multiple factors, and it's reported to be mostly COVID. There was many hours of level 0 for the Goldville area, for ambulance coverage and countywide. COVID was a contributing factor. They had to transport 8 patients out of our area. Local hospitals out. And another question I had, 911 dispatch acoustics issue, noise problem that we have in dispatch. We talked about it in site visit and so on. I got word from Public Works that was cut from the capital improvement projects list for next year's budget. I'm not sure exactly if they're going to be able to do something this year, next year. I just want to confirm that was your intent.
I believe it's on 2023.
Okay.
I don't have that in front of me. Because they're getting less, so what? Oh, the commissioner's chambers. So, yeah, since budget wise, the numbers they're getting is less. So, fortunately,
Thank you. Okay, I'll continue on. The MCI plan still, I'm gonna fully review that and send it on to everybody else in the county. But I know there are some inconsistencies and errors in that for our county. Counties in Oregon have adopted it as their new mass hazard incident plan. The Klickitat County Fire District use agreement renewals are still in progress. Fire District 5 has returned to signed document. It's all expired in June. And District 5 is now requesting for their fire commissioner requesting Commissioner Christopher, you and I, and they're meeting on 13th, 7 p.m. That works.
Yep.
Okay.
And we're only guessing that this is what the meeting is about.
hadn't signed the agreement and said they wanted to meet. So
I talked to some of the commissioners at the general fire meeting last month. They're having no idea.
really,
I don't,
okay. Well, I guess we'll have to show up in person to find out
we'll find out
this morning, but see you Monday night.
Monday night a couple weeks.
So any questions about the 911 dispatch function? So, going long, I'll try and keep it. Oh, no, I'm not going long. I had an hour, right?
So it's only 8:10, you got plenty.
Oh, look at there.
Time stops when you come in. You get 2 hours left.
All right, okay, I got it. Okay.
We're working when you walked in the room.
Emergency management program. Same condition for the EOC. Activated, we're in a monitoring status, however, we continue, myself and the program coordinator continue to receive bill requests for PPE, most recently from Skyline and Fire District 8 in Glenwood. They've had an outbreak of COVID. The outdoor burn ban code update is totally on hold for all the reasons we've already talked about. I hope we get to that sometime this month, but I'm not. Because that will take a significant amount of my time. But as a program coordinator. Because he is a firefighter for many years, paid staff as well, so it's input. The integrated public alert warning system, IPAWS, we're still applying to have that added to our emergency notification system. And for a refresher, that is the national FEMA system in which you send your emergency messages currently to whoever's registered in your system, and either in the group or in the area that you select, they have to be in your system. IPAWS sends it out to anyone that has, in range of the cell tower that's in the area that you designated. So people traveling through, a lot of visitors that we have, recreationists and so on, be able to get our messages or whatever we send to a specific area. You have a cell phone, getting service from a tower in that area to get a message, which greatly improves our ability to get those emergency messages to everyone that can be affected, not just people that are in our system, both residents and visitors. We're also working on changing our ENS vendor due to issues that we've had with our current service. So at some point in the near future, we'll see requests for us to change that service, make that purchase authorization. Run it through IT, all the procedures. But current contract ends February, I believe. So making that update for that change. Training and exercises have been put on hold for other priorities. EM program grants, you can see that list there. There's a lot of them, so we'll read them all. Highlights. Still working on making the final PPE purchase out of that special grant for COVID, as the state is no longer providing PPE. And we're taking it out of our stocks. Again, in an effort to be prepared, I made that a priority. Should is where we have the command post enhancements that we talked about earlier. That project nearing completion, finalizing that, turning in final reports for several of these, getting final reimbursements. The 19 shush, the project that was left in there, it's for the small unmanned aerial systems team to be formed and to purchase that equipment so that we can have an all hazards SUAS team. made up of law enforcement, fire, search and rescue. They go and assist each other on missions where that asset is very valuable. And just got word that the 21 Shush agreement was approved and waiting for their signatures to come back from the state for that agreement. I should say. And as we also mentioned under Public Works time, already brought up emergency notification system updates. Typically try to do this in the fall so that people are, not just anybody, county employees are updated in the system before we might have to send out any winter weather advisories, county office closures, and so on. That becomes important in county employees. And so the emergency management program coordinator sent out that email on November 10th, asking everybody to update their information based on the new offices here in this new building and any might change or any new employees. That is in progress, as well as making an offer to make ID badges for any county employees that don't have one. That is not mandatory. We decided 2 years ago, we started doing those in emergency management, offering those, because before that it was on a department by department basis. There was no standardized card or anybody to get it. So we now do that as a security measure.
Probably 3 years, really.
I think it's been.
Because 2 years is, the last 2 years didn't even happen.
Yeah.
So I was sitting back there when it happened. Yeah.
Right. So, yes, we've made those offers, reminders. Questions about the emergency management program? Okay. So my last question for you is, has there been any discussion, decisions, anything that I can take back to my team or as well as the department structure now, which was made up of myself, HR, and the union on the recommendations kind of made.
I'm not aware, I can say there has not been discussions as a board. It's not, I expect there to be discussion when we're in the process when we're finalizing the 2022 budget. So that's what I expect.
And that will be in the next few weeks, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I need to know. Anything else?
No, I would just tell your staff thank you. Understand their job down there. Staffing levels, vacations, and all those things where we all want them, including the acoustic cameras. Yes, the acoustic cameras got involved, but they're not forgotten. So.
Thank you. I'll take that message back. Thank you. Yes, have a good rest of your day and enjoy this.
We're getting used to it.
We talked about this before. HVAC is on an accelerated. I was having to scan my papers down.
Well, we got a remote control up here for that. Every time you start dialing in, we blow your paper.
You want somebody to speed up, you just blow the papers off the desk. That.
I didn't say it.
There is an echo right here that you got.
I know we're gonna have to get things worked out. I know my office, I was in that Zoom call. That's why I wasn't here. I had asked, it was like, is there something they can, because it's like being in a jet engine. And,
It's not as bad over here as it is.
no, this is way better than in my office. It's like, I think it was rattling the windows.
Right next to you.
Yeah, so I just assumed it was the super COVID ventilation that we're
Right,
doing.
right.
You change out the air in the building, once every 30 seconds or something.
Well, it is very nice.
It is very nice.
Glad to be one of the first to present to you in this room.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Mr. Rob.
I have a few things, Commissioners, will allow me. Already a few minutes. I don't think the HVAC's gonna get much quieter in this room, so we don't have to work with Avidex. But the Commissioners individually, the Avidex, here, programming felt that having mics, you guys would improve the sound quality. So I'm gonna ask at least what it would cost to have new buttons. Wouldn't have to move them. He said they wouldn't have to move around. They could just, but that might be narrowing the noise. I think they can balance it better, but there is places in the room where it sounds really tinny. None of that's feedback, just microphone. So they were waiting until that got fixed to come back. So now they're gonna have to come back and adjust the system.
That's it's harder right where you guys are at that table rather than us.
You guys are actually louder when I sit back there.
Well, we probably should have
Better
a
at that
mic on that table too. I said, we probably should have a mic on that table too.
Yeah.
But I just want
Way
to-
for,
Yeah. Real, though.
yeah,
I
what?
want to make sure we have a button. That's all. I
Yeah.
care about.
So, thank you for allowing me to ask a few questions. Judge Crowe would like verbal permission to propose the juvenile court administrator with the recent announcement of retirement. It would be grade 74, steps 1 to 3. He's scheduled to come visit with you, I think, next Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
To better understand the budget implications and the impact if he fills this position from outside versus inside. So I think
Should we, he wants to post the position called what?
juvenile court administrator,
Should we change the title of that to
that position
juvenile
reports,
adult and probation
it
administrator?
reports to Judge Crowe. And I don't, we have to talk to, and I don't know if.
And I think we need to make sure we're all on the same page, that we all have an understanding of I'll speak up, so
It really
you
is
can
hard.
see,
Sorry.
we're gonna have to work on that. That the retirement that is, or resignation, whatever we're terming it, is not for the full, for both positions. It's only one, and so I think we do need to have a discussion about, that is a combined position right now, and only a portion of the position is vacant now. And if the judge is, I think we need to have a discussion about, are the judges, what's gonna happen long-term? Because what we're replacing is not what we have. Because it's, right now, it's a combined position that's now a portion. Most of it is vacant, or will be vacant. And so I'm assuming the judge is asking for permission to hire one FTE to fill that position, and the vacancy is not one FTE.
Well,
In a manner of speaking,
yeah, I do. Yeah,
or is it? I don't know.
well, the full wages of the juvenile court administrator are in the juvenile budget, and there's $1,000 a month or $12,000 stipend in the adult budget to cover the chief probation officer duties. I haven't heard what us, the district court judges for the adult side, right? It's Judge Crowe, but the juvenile side.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I guess my hesitancy on giving you a yes on that is I want to make sure we are all on the same page. I would hate to have them hire the person over here and then say, oh, by the way, you need a director level on this side too, and that's not my end goal. So,
Well, they're separate budgets under separate control, different judges. The budget's all under you, obviously, but the positions are under district judges and superior court judges. I can ask Judge Krogan, tell him to wait to come in next Tuesday, wait to close until then.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to have a conversation, so we're all, and if perhaps we could, it'd be nice to have all the players in the room at the same time.
Should we ask if the district judges could either phone in, be available via Zoom if they can? I had no dialogue with retiring employee or the judges about the impact on the adult side.
Right, and I think there is, I suspect there's an impact.
Right.
And I think we're like trying to view them in isolation to each other, and I don't think we can do
We
that.
didn't tweak the adult budget, but if tweaking this budget then jacks up the adult budget, it doesn't quite, the purpose it doesn't work.
Right.
So then we need to go back and adjust that one. And so we need to get all on the same page.
I'll just let him know that you prefer wait to.
To have it to post,
After you
right.
talk to him.
Obviously, that is a necessary position in the operation of the courts, and so we recognize, please communicate what kind of.
He's been great to work with and
Okay.
called and been very cooperative, patient, and wants to follow the process. I think it was his idea to meet the commissioners so we could better understand things. So I think it's all good. I just had no discussion with the district judges about the adult side. Another question is, we want to make sure, we want to affirm or reaffirm or find out that the 4% COLA that you granted all employees include elected officials.
I would say yes, everybody's got inflation.
It typically does, except for obviously the commissioners. Or
Does not
outside,
apply to the commission.
it can't apply to the commissioners. It can't, I mean, there is.
Is that set by a
It's
different-
it's set by statute.
Oh, I didn't know.
We're outside. There is a, I guess, a standing resolution that it's 2.5% for commissioners regardless.
So you may have included the 4% for everybody but the commissioners in your motion. We just wanted to confirm it. So I don't know if you need a motion of consensus. That's what you meant, that it would be applied to everybody but the commissioners.
So the commissioners have a standing resolution.
It's already set, you don't need to change.
We don't need a vote or.
You just ask for clarification.
Because you can't, it was done in 1996, I think, because you can't adjust commissioner salaries outside of a process, which is either a salary commission or a current board can change the next board's compensation.
Right, you don't get it till next.
Right, and so in 96, there was a resolution, I believe it's 96, was passed to 2.5% is a COLA every year because they understood that you can't do a COLA every year like you do for everybody else. You can for everybody
No,
else,
I'm
but
just trying to.
right.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah. So that's why it's 2.5%.
And then finally.
Some years that's not bad.
Yeah. And then finally.
This year, not so much.
It's the mail in the courthouse over there. I've talked to all the elected officials except the sheriff. They've all agreed, they'll process their own mail.
Okay.
Postmaster will put trays over there. They will pick up the outdoor mail every day. Whatever, reader building. This building has a large porcelain box in the mail system. We're just gonna try to get that turned to outdoor mail, so it's a little bigger. So pending my discussion with Bob at the sheriff's department. But I'll just assume they'll process their own mail. I think it's a bigger discussion about this building in the future, which wasn't. You know, the idea of all the departments in and out, they got a very small mail machine. So if this building is to keep on, there's really no common area to have one, no workroom or a room other than the kitchen or someplace to put a mail machine. And some of the departments here just told me they're just gonna go across the street, process mail over there, either take their own mail or go use the machine over there. So
I think that, because I was thinking about that as well in this building, there's just no room for it, so unless it. I don't want all the departments going into planning to do that, and the only other place would be HR, but then you would need to be doing mail again.
kind of defeats the confidentiality for everybody.
It kind of defeats the purpose, so I don't.
But when I talk to departments over here, most of them say, just go across the street, do the process.
Not much.
Machines over there, we'll keep it, the postage charged up and, so, I mean, there is a machine here, planning, building code, sometimes public works, they'll use it throughout 2022. But your department, my department, clerks, senior services, they'll. So far, they don't seem like that's a big issue, so we can address next year.
It's our health and wellness plan.
So far, it's kind of been a non-issue. But once I talk to Bob, if it's okay with you, and they're all in agreement, I'll be elected, so we'll send it out at least to the departments over there, let them know what the process is, that's okay. That's all I have, thank you, commissioners. You to work on this out.
There's always gonna be issues when you know, it's a new building. I mean, it's super new. Actually, not even done.
The handheld actually got great sound, so if you want to sing karaoke, I mean, it's great.
Yeah, those are Friday nights.
We need to close. We need to take that whole right there. Is that allowed for speed? UX up there, so that next piece.
All right. Yeah, so I'll report back from my earlier meeting that it went well, things are settled on the. You're scaring me a lot. Well, it wasn't, I wasn't scared at all. I just let there obviously was the point of view from, and they were just piling on former. And from this, you know, here's our understanding, although Lynn is a consummate where she left the door open to. And of course, Christina was like, no, our understanding was that these were NSA funds and Klickitat would not be eligible, and the new forest person. That, and then of course, Skamania County EDC, that was Kevin's point of view. And then USDA Rural Development kind of looked at me and said, here's the, you know, we've reviewed this. There's nothing in the grant application that it had anything to do with the scenic area. And furthermore, I mean, she was excellent because it made it crystal clear. There was no walking.
Say if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't want it.
Oh, no. Well, they're the final say because it's their money.
Right.
And not only that, but if the money goes through and you turn down an application because you're applying NSA guidelines and the applicant appeals, we'll overturn you.
Oh, wow.
Set it straight to.
Yeah, so it was like, okay, we're,
Like dismissed with prejudice.
it was, you know, they were like, okay. So I
So in
said
other
my
words,
piece.
That pretty much says we're not listening to you.
No, and it was like, McCad is the, because that's what because they were waffling on, well, those are your rules, but they put other rules on there, like put the scenic area rules back on. And she said, you guys can do whatever you want, but if you turn it down and it meets our eligibility, we will overturn you. We'll overrule you and we'll award the money. So
How much money is it potentially?
it's 1.9 million in both states, so it's split 50-50. And now it's the 50% in Washington is now split with us and Skamania instead of all going to Skamania.
Which is kind of unfair because the other side has to split it.
Right. So it would have been 1 county and 3. And Kevin he was fine. I maybe pushed back a little more than I it was, you know, well, it was you know, we've always said if Klickitat County can easily be eligible, it's just join the Scenic Act, and I was like, so he dialed things back later, and so we all ended nice, but there was a lot of, you know, I had what I had to say, and then after USDA, that it was a lot of silence you could hear. Okay, I think we're done here. Good. So, yeah, so we're eligible. Our businesses in Klickitat County are eligible for that money. So, very good. So we don't win those very often. So that's good. Whoever USDA, the two of them, they're rock stars. Although they weren't, they were just it was a competitive grant. That was the application. It has to be awarded per the application.
So it's not like it was an Oregon County that was fighting you for your half. It was.
No, and the Oregon counties actually were on our side.
Yeah, they were gonna get our money anyway, but it's to me, like, all the money out of that, which is what they're used to.
It's what they're used to, and I understand that's what Kevin said, you know, they didn't really back then, but see, I can support that, but so if we. Fair is fair. The good news is, if that's not the 2 million, the last 2 million, you're still eligible for commission for an appropriation of another $2 million. Because it's not that money.
It's part of the money that was in the original
And
act.
the 10 million, that was their argument, was that, oh, they've appropriated 8, this 2 million is the final to fulfills the deal. And that just came from, that was Senator Merkley just saying, it's like saying it in a press release doesn't make it so. Like, oh, we've fulfilled our obligation.
And 30 years later,
30 years later, it's like, no. And that's what I said, that's the good news, is that there's still $2 million that's owed to the Gorge Commission. So that's fine. It's just not this 2 million.
right?
So that was good. Well. All right, anything else?
I have a question. Oh, this is a paper without a file of receipts. Do we want to carry all of the bills over here every day and then carry it back, or we just want to bring that paper?
No, I would actually want to see it, because actually.
Well, so I wasn't sure if you wanted to look. At
Oh, over there, where would they put them?
my office, your office,
That's what we've always done.
the bookshelf right outside your office.
Oh, you're saying over there, like over there,
Your office.
not over there.
Right.
Oh, no, over there's fine.
Okay, so then we'll just get a folder or something.
Yeah.
You know, over here. I just didn't want to carry it
No,
over here.
I thought you were talking
Carry
about
it back
over here at the courthouse.
Chairman, I made a motion to recess till.
Okay, we have a motion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
That's so flashing There's flashing on here too. What's the flashing on here now? Next to the mic on our participants.
That's the recording.
I don't see it now.
It was more of.
Okay, it is 1 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. Let the record show all 3 commissioners are present. We'll start first with our pledge of allegiance. Would join us.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have to get a standing.
Yeah, we do, sorry.
You stood there, I jumped.
I'm always there.
All
right.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the business agenda with one add-on under unfinished business or resolution to reschedule the supplemental budget public hearing as it was not properly posted in the newspaper.
I'm having problems hearing back here.
Okay, we have mic issues because it's a new building and they're supposed to be coming out to fix said mic issues, but we will try to be louder.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the business agenda with the one add-on. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Was everybody happy with all 5 weeks for the minutes? You want them all at one time or so?
Say I only had.
I've got the 5th, the 19th, 26th.
Okay, nice.
9th.
Have fun. Only 3 of them got updated.
Oh, maybe that's.
Really changes done on 3 of them. So
This
those
26.
The other 2 didn't have any changes.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Right, you want them all at one time? Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the commissioner meeting minutes for October 5th, October 19th, October 26th, November 2nd, and November 9th.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the 5 sets of meeting minutes. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. That brings us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the board. Go ahead and come forward. Uh, 3 minutes per individual. If you'll give us your name and where you're from.
Sure.
Helpful.
My name's Kay Garner Schmidt. I live here in Goldendale. I attended a meeting February 21st of 2018. And that's when Jim was on the board. And I heard a rumor that the grass was going to be taken out in front of the courthouse.
Yes.
And I was reassured that it would not be. And look what's happened. Now, my family goes back to 1876 in this county. 6 generations on the original homestead. That little grass area over there used to be my playground because I lived across the street in the 50s. It's disgusting that they took out a lot of the grassy area. It used to be a community park where you could have gatherings. There's not enough room now. And I feel like I'm not going to say lied to, deceived, or maybe you didn't know back in 2018 that you were going to have to take it out. But it just took away from the area, from the way the courthouse looks. And on another note, because I'm old, this building does not fit this town. You took away the history of the way the town looks, the way the courthouse looks. And I know progress, everything has to be updated. I am one for progress, I am one for updating. But this building belongs in a big city. It doesn't belong in Goldendale. Look at White Salmon, look at Bingen, look at Lyle. They have kept the old city feeling. We haven't. And I could go on and on, but I've only got 3 minutes. I just feel like first they take away the Hall Hotel. I don't know if you gentlemen were here then or not. I was. It's a beautiful building. They tore it down, made a parking lot. They tear up the parking lot and they put this cement block on it. They could have designed it to fit in with what the county stands for, which is history. And of course, I have a lot of history here with family, a lot of roots here. And I don't see it. I just don't see it. And I'm upset, me personally, with it. And I have let it be known. In a lot of areas, I speak my mind, I speak my piece. Gets me into trouble, and I know it does. So, thank you for listening to me.
I know the original, if I may.
Go ahead.
I know the original design was, and I wasn't here at the time, I was like you sitting in the audience, that about 7 or 8 feet of grass, the parking lot was gonna expand in the courthouse. They were gonna take about 7 or 8 feet of grass. And then they were gonna take about 10 feet down the strip and remove the big willow and the crabapple trees and only leave the Christmas tree. And then that changed to leave that grass and change the way the parking was done. But I don't remember. I mean,
My understanding is there was 12, if I'm correct, it's 12 feet of the grass was, the parking lot was expanded 12 feet into the grass along the parking lot.
and it was gonna be on 2 sides and ended up only being on 1 side. So it was gonna be on the courthouse side and then on the side facing this building with those trees being removed. as well.
Well, and of course,
And then
trees
that
fell
stayed.
down
No, that's on the other side,
right.
in front of town.
I'm not talking about the north side. I'm talking about
The courthouse parking lot.
the east to west grass.
So there's 12 feet less grass, if I'm accurate.
Only,
Only 12 feet. I
Because
believe.
people were complaining that they couldn't get their trucks in the courthouse parking lot.
that's
So
what
they
I
needed
figured.
to push it out and they needed to make the handicap, what I think started it was they needed to make the handicap sidewalk in front of the courthouse more handicap accessible. And he did, so to do that, they needed to take a little bit of the parking lot to make the sidewalk bigger. And then you really were gonna have a problem. So then they had to move into the grass to eventually get the sidewalk.
So that's the reason
If
why
you look at that sidewalk, it's about 6 feet wide over there now.
I really haven't. I could just tell that the parking area was wider.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
ma'am, I'm sorry, if you want, we have lots of people. that-
Okay,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
thank you. You answered my question.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank you.
we're still in citizen comment. I am going to go online. If there is someone online that wishes to give comment, please raise your hand, mute yourself, *6. If you are on a phone. Sherry BoCC, I'm assuming, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm looking online right now to a document that was given to somebody, it's got spread around. That's Carriager Solar Project narrative. It's a full narrative of the Carriager Solar Project that's proposed to be built off Knight Road. It's a pretty involved proposal that Cypress Creek has presented to the county, because again, this document was obtained by a public records request. So my question to the county commissioners today is, since you all three know and have most likely read this proposal from Cypress Creek for the Carriager Solar LLC solar project, when do you commissioners plan on giving this to the public and presenting us with this information you now have in your possession? And you also know that Cypress Creek is currently on these lands where they propose to put this Carriager Solar project, doing environmental studies, putting together a SEPA or an EIS. And so my thing here today is you Klickitat County has received a proposal, a quite involved, detailed proposal of what Carriager project would like to do with a conditional use permit off Knight Road. When do the commissioners plan on talking to the citizens about this proposal? When will you have a town hall, or when will we be allowed to have a public hearing that we can be informed of what you are informed of what this solar project is? Is there going to be a town hall? Is there going to be a public hearing? Will this proposal go in front of the BOA? Maybe we should start there. Will this proposal for Carriager Solar be put in front of the Board of Commissioners and have a public hearing for the public? Will this proposal go in front of the BOA and a public hearing?
Okay, Ms. BoCC, I need to have you clarify. You're using the terms BOA and Board of Commissioners are.
Board of Adjustment. Isn't that
Okay.
what that is? Board of
That's
Adjustment.
correct, BOA. I just wanted to be sure I understood.
Because according to everything I read, and I would like an answer, everything I read on the conditional use permit and in the county codes and in the SEPAs, everything I read, it says proposals of projects go in front of the Board of Adjustment and has a public hearing. When is the Carriager Solar project proposal going to be put in front of the Board of Adjustment and allow the citizens to have public comment?
Ms. Bosque, any proposal, project, anything that actually submits a permit, that submits for approval to be constructed, that will start that process, as we've said this multiple times. If Carrier, Solar, whoever, I'm not familiar, I haven't actually read what you're talking about, so I'm speculating, it doesn't really matter. When they actually have a project that they want to get permit to construct, that will go, that is a conditional use process, and it will go to the Board of Adjustment. There will be a public hearing at that time. The public will be invited to comment on that, and that will be part of the record. And then the decision will be made by the Board of Adjustment to either grant or grant with conditions, deny, they could too. You stated that they're out doing environmental work. The reason the process has not started is there could, after investigation of the property, the potential applicant may decide not to even do it. And so you're way ahead of the process of when this starts. There will be a public process once it's an actual project. Yes, sir.
This is Commissioner Straw. I would like to give the chairman a chance to restate something he said, that this would go before the Board of Adjustments. It might go before the Board of Adjustments, it might go before the Board of Commissioners, or it might go before a hearings examiner based on how it plays out. Just like the under canvas, that because it's a SEPA and a Board of Adjustment appeal, it no longer went before the Board of Adjustments. And I think that might be the case with this as well. So I don't want to, it might be, I don't want to go on record as saying it's one way or the other way with cardinal knowledge of that fact.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification, and I like to go on record myself saying that when you mix the SEPA in with this conditional use permit, all you do is allow for the citizens to appeal the SEPA when you, or whatever. And the process of having the SEPA involved with the conditional use permit is very confusing, because why would somebody, if I wanted to get a conditional use permit, and why would I want to spend tens of thousands of dollars doing environmental studies to have the Board of Adjustment and the public hearing go against my proposal? So I believe the county is missing a step right here. I believe that it's very clear that an applicant should submit a proposal.
Ms. Bosque, I'm sorry, your time, and I gave you the extra time that I used in response, but we have lots of folks that potentially would like to comment during citizen comment. So thank you for your comments. I'm going to go back to the room. As is our tradition, we go back and forth. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to provide public comment? Go ahead, come forward, give us your name. Get up so people can hear you or not. We're still figuring this out.
Okay.
Says Merry Christmas on it.
Yes.
Feeling spirited.
Well, I'm here, I'm Lori Anderson, Associate Planner, and I'm here on behalf of county employees. We traditionally each year try to do something, give, donate, whether to the food bank, to like the community soup kitchen, to bunny bags for foster children, etc. And this year, again, on advice of the health department, we won't be having a big holiday potluck, but we can still give. So I'd like to suggest that we give to the food bank. And we've done that previously, and I know there's lots of people in our county all over who could use donations of food. So making this a little more interesting, I became aware of a reverse advent calendar thing that's kind of neat that maybe the departments would want to do. Normally with an advent calendar, maybe you open it up and get a piece of candy or something like that. But this is the opposite. We'd encourage county employees or maybe departments to get together and donate one food item leading up to Christmas. And we'll coordinate to have a couple drop boxes, one here in the county services building and one somewhere in the courthouse. And then obviously we'd take these donations to the local food bank, and hopefully we could also have a drop box at the Pioneer Center as well. And just again, we're county employees. We want to do things for our communities, and through this whole COVID situation, everything else, we've been very fortunate, at least in my opinion, to all be working and not affected employment wise. So kind of our time to give back to our community. And hopefully you guys will want to donate too.
And so if I understand, this is to replace basically what we've done in the past at the potluck that we generally do for the
Right, and since
Where
we
you
can't have
collected.
it, right. Since COVID wise, it was suggested not to have a potluck right now, but I'm very optimistic. Come spring, things hopefully will be better, and maybe we could have a big picnic or something, lunch on the courthouse lawn, or something. And of course, everything would be donated by county employees, but some sort of community courthouse employee, county employee celebration. Then, in the meantime, we can hopefully get together and donate to a worthy cause.
Are you volunteering to coordinate this effort?
Yes, I will do that. And now, well, of course, the planning department was a block away, but now I'm a block closer to the food bank, so.
Anybody have any issue? No. Wow.
You're just looking at the list, which
Yeah,
will
what day
distribute
I
to
want.
everyone, and this
Okay.
was just a list that actually I got from the United Methodist Women. Reverse donation.
Oh, good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go back online for public comment. Does anybody raise your hand, unmute yourself, *6 if you're on a phone. 3376. Go ahead.
Season greetings there, fellows.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a question about the building that's just finished, you just completed, the services building. Oh, by the way, my name is Ken McCune.
Good, thank you.
What was the final total on the cost of the building so far? Like 27 million?
Yeah, the
22
total
and change, I believe.
is the total project is about $22 million. That includes the parking lots, the building relocations that we haven't actually done.
The streets, the
The
demolition.
streets,
everything.
right. I think the building.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the insurance involved, what would be the insurance premium on $22 million?
I don't know exactly, but I can tell you in the bills today, we paid our yearly insurance to our insurance carrier. It was $411,000, I believe.
Wow.
That
That's a chunk
covers,
of money.
that covers everything as
Yeah,
far as.
all buildings.
Does that include, pardon me, go ahead.
All buildings, all vehicles, all slip and fall insurance.
Liability,
Yeah.
everything.
That would also,
Does that include earthquake insurance?
Good question. Don't know the answer to that one.
that would also include not insuring buildings that we're no longer in, so it
Correct.
was complete net gain.
Was it?
Yeah, I know that they won't insure private residences unless they've been earthquake retrofitted with clips and mechanisms that will hold the building to their foundation. But anyway, that's something you might want to think about because, well, we're in a zone here that might get some shaking in the next 80 years. That's how long that building's supposed to last, right?
Correct. And I would be I'm sure we have earthquake insurance. We have insurance like we do on everything else. I think it is important to note as well is as the other 4 annex buildings are demolished and removed, we're not insuring them anymore. And so we are actually lessening our insurance burden in other areas. I don't know how the net of it will end up being, but it should be, it should be a wash roughly.
Right. And I would assume this building also got designed and engineered more earthquake ready than those old brick and mortar things that are years old. So. But
it's probably it's good to go, I'm sure, but you still need to have it insured.
Right, if possible, right. I'll have to double check.
And let's see. the fire issue, is it required to have a ladder truck to service this building because of its height?
The we got our permits through the city of Goldendale. They approved the construction of this building per city requirements. I would have to direct you to the city. I have I would assume that when we were given our permits to construct, we complied with all aspects of city zoning, planning, everything, or they wouldn't have given it to us.
The insurance company is good with it?
Again, the building is insured, and so that would certainly be my assumption. And
well, hopefully you don't have to use it. Thank you very much. Have a great holiday. Bye.
Correct. Thank you. We are still on citizen comment. I'm going to come back in the room. People in chambers that wish to provide citizen comment. Anybody in person? No. Okay, I'm going to go back online and give people opportunity.
Lights are, we don't move for a while, the lights turn on.
Oh. We're saving energy.
Yeah, we're saving energy. So let's see anything on that.
Another call in the room. Sit here and look at each other.
6 minutes, there's
6 minutes.
You could do jumping jacks or something and turn on the light.
You see me, do I look like I do jumping jacks?
No harm.
Well, now the health department's much closer. So.
Yes, okay, there you go.
That's one thing I haven't looked in this building for is AEDs, the defib machines.
Yeah.
We have them in the other building and I know where they're located, but I haven't found them here, so I haven't looked, so I need to go check. I'm sure they're
We
here.
should put them right in here.
Yeah, well, yeah, put it right on the wall where you don't have to reach it very far. Yeah. All right, 5 minutes. If anybody online wants to speak, just raise your hand. Oh, there's a Lynn Mason with a hand up.
Oh, go ahead.
Is that me, Lynn Mason?
Ms. Mason, yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. I was actually wondering what is the status of the animal control situation in the county and in Goldendale. I know that a couple of years ago, Dogs of the Gorge had to shut down because the facility was, I think, not up to standards. I know from having worked in a shelter in the Dalles that we got a lot of calls and received a lot of animals from Klickitat County and the Goldendale area, simply because there weren't a lot of services there to take care of picking up animals, picking up stray animals or problem animals, and also rehoming them. And I was wondering what has happened since then, and is there a plan to build another facility? And who's taking up the slack right now for the need for animal control in Klickitat County? Thank you.
Ms. Mason, any information or comments on that? Yeah, I don't even know. Yes.
I believe that the sheriff works with one of the local veterinarians. That's what I was.
On a county level, the sheriff works with one of the local veterinarians, but most of the stray animal, aggressive animal issues are within city limits. The county does not have jurisdiction essentially within city limits. That Dogs of the Gorge was a city building that the city closed, so that's another question that I guess I would ask the city.
Does that conclude your comments, Ms. Mason?
Yeah, I guess, I have a little bit better idea now who's overseeing which part, but I feel that also that there's kind of this void in Klickitat County that hasn't really properly been addressed for years. And it's a need that the community has, and most communities have. I know that the Dalles has an animal control officer, Hood River does. That is something in a direction I think we should definitely move towards, especially in Klickitat County, because the need is great. Thank you.
Okay. I would also say that the Dalles is a city and Hood River is a city. There's cities that have animal control in that county. Unless you get into the bigger counties like Multnomah County or Clackamas County, I don't know the smaller ones. I don't.
Not
know.
typically. Okay, thank you. No, sorry, I have to ask first. Is there, we are still in citizen comment for one more minute. Is there anybody in chambers that wishes to provide public comment that has not spoken yet? Anybody online? Not seeing anything? I'll give you a bonus of 1 extra minute.
I just need a minute. Who is it county, city, or state at the entrance of Simcoe and 97, Broadway and 97?
City, that would be the city of Goldendale. Yeah.
Even right on the corner as you're turning in,
Citizens.
Yeah. I believe it's the city.
is the city.
And Broadway is actually a state highway.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, that's true. Broadway is actually a state highway.
is the state highway.
Yeah, it is, even though it goes through the city, it is a state highway.
Right, but I'm talking about who's in charge of them.
The state highway would be the state
Would be the
watchdog.
state.
If you're talking the concrete, the state highway is washed out. If you're talking the sides of the road or the buildings on the side, that's all city limits. It's just a highway that runs through city limits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our citizen comment period. Thank you all. I'm going to move us along in our agenda. Next up is a public, since you're already up, you're ahead of, would you like to go ahead, Lori?
Sure.
No, let's do Lori first.
Okay.
It's on the agenda. Public meeting to consider approval of short plat 2121-28 parcel number 0514-2352/0200 in the Goldendale vicinity. The applicant is Denise Lee.
Yes.
That's why you're presenting.
So short plat, SPL 2021-28 is a 2-lot short plat. It's located off of Bowman Ridge Road, which is a private road that connects to the private portion of Thompson Road, that then becomes a county road that then does connect to the Harrison Road. The administrative review of the short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from Public Works, the County Health Department, Treasurers and Planning Department, and all conditions have been met. And if the board finds it's in the public interest to approve the short plat, a motion is needed to make granting of the final approval of the said short plat.
Does that conclude your
That
staff?
concludes my presentation.
Questions? Or if not, I would entertain the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve short plat number 2021-28, parcel number 05-24-2352-0002/00 in the Goldendale vicinity.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to the final approval of short plat 2021-28. Applicant Denise Lee. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes.
Thank you, and I believe he has the Mylar that will
Yes.
be sent. Okay. a good afternoon.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in front of you.
Oh, that's okay.
Apologize, Mr. Chair, for jumping up to you.
Oh. All right.
The thing we're finding is this is the cool zone. That's the warm zone.
Oh, is it? Well,
Is it?
We were sitting at the side of the corner.
okay. Right, it's actually not on the, it's like we were set to, we had that we were going to have the supplemental hearing now. We did not meet our noticing requirements, so we are going to reschedule it. So I don't know. Procedurally, yes.
Being a person, assuming wants to speak supplemental, so.
But if we're not actually, we're gonna push the hearing off to December 7th. That's why I was thinking procedurally, I'm not really gonna open it other than, I just need to open it to.
That way those comments are then part of the record.
Right, anything that is submitted.
Technically, right now, we just need to.
Glad to be back. Unfinished business. The add-on, somewhere around 3:15, between 3 and 3:15.
Would you like to take it now, Mr. Chairman?
We could. Let's see, this from Louis here. We actually have some now if we want. Why don't we just do that? This is ours. So we're going to take the add-on right now. So this is a resolution in the matter of setting a hearing to be held December 7th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. to consider a supplemental budget and amendments for 2021. Budgets for various funds in the sum of $2,524,620.00, and that the Administrative Services Department of Klickitat County is hereby directed to publish notice of said hearing in the official newspaper of Klickitat County, and that at said hearing, any interested taxpayer may appear and be heard for or against the proposed supplemental budget appropriation. So that is the resolution that is before.
It's actually $4,391,000 due to the placeholder. There's no land.
Okay.
$4,391,513.
Is that in my placeholder? How does that?
Transferring the American
Second.
Rescue, no, transferring the American Rescue Plan lost revenue or growth rate revenue from 125 into the general fund.
So it has to be accounted on.
It has to be accounted on both
Both
ends.
sides.
So you're really counting out saying $2 million.
It's
Essentially.
essentially, but there's expenses there, so it needs to turn.
So it's, so yeah, you're putting it in and then taking it out.
And then
Because you're putting it, taking out as 2 million, 2 million there, it's really 2 million, but you have counted for. That's gonna confuse the general public.
It will, I've
It does.
always said that,
It
it's
does
really
really
confusing when it's.
everybody. Should be under your,
No, I mean,
Regular
it needs to
agenda.
be paper version.
I have an extra copy.
No, that's okay, just if somebody, I would need a motion approving. You've got it online.
For add-on should be posted on your drive, and it also is the folder. Regular agenda.
Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the resolution, set the public hearing for the supplemental budget amendments for 2021, December 7th, 2021.
Second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second approving the resolution setting the supplemental budget hearing for December 7th, 2021 at 1:30. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes. Please get that advertised.
Has been confirmed.
Okay.
It will go.
No time stands still.
I know time stands still in this one.
Oh, no, I keep looking at it.
Okay. Department update, natural resources, economic development director. Mr. McClure.
Run up here so they can reach out to a rock. Those chairs are awfully comfortable.
You're too tall.
Are they?
So smart
I've been sat-
looking there. Almost, it's really- Well, good afternoon. Maybe I'll start today with economic development. As you recall, EDA met early October. At that meeting, the city of Goldendale presented an application for the .09 funds, the distressed county sales and use tax, in the amount of $250,000 to be applied to the upgrade to the wastewater treatment plant. The EDA board unanimously recommended that the county fund that request with the mayor of Goldendale abstaining. But I think the spending is going to happen next year, but we'd like to start on a contract. The EDA board, as you know, makes a recommendation. This board controls the funding, so staff is looking for the direction to start negotiating an agreement with the city to make those funds available.
All three of us were there and participated, I believe. So, 100%. Yeah. So, yeah,
All right.
I think
All right, so we'll go for that. The other thing I wanted to mention today, we have on your consent agenda, approval of advertising the request for proposals for lodging tax tourist promotion projects. We plan on advertising that in next week's paper and the week after, with proposals to on July to give them everyone a month to get those.
January.
January.
It's like, wow, that's a big lead
What did I say?
July.
July.
Wow, I wish it was.
I'm looking for summer.
Yeah.
The website still has 2021 on there, so I'm assuming you're gonna change it up.
Right, we're going to get that updated in time for the day that the notice is published in the paper, so everyone gets information on it. So I think it's on your consent agenda. There's not a resolution or anything, so I don't know if the board is approving the consent agenda, that
Yes.
becomes approved, so
Yes.
just want to double check. You got any questions? Richard, you've got a few things on your list.
Yeah, so we are still continuing on with the progress that we've made with the Reds in conjunction with the Fed, as well as with the Klickitat Valley Health Hospital. In regards to buildable lands inventory, we made a lot of progress in regards to identifying different types of properties and stuff like that to see kind of what some obstacles are in regards to getting some development to occur. So for instance, what that would look like potentially with the Goldendale industrial lots or the industrial property over in Roosevelt, stuff like that. So we're beginning to attack those issues.
Update on that, Republic is looking to put a Goldendale industrial so you might want to, if you haven't got yourself up to speed on that one. If there's any way you can help facilitate that. Larry's apparently talked to Steve today, finally, so hopefully that's going to be good.
We're going to go into the industrial park then, right?
Golden Dale Industrial.
Oh,
I can facilitate that.
yeah, thank you. We'll get approved.
Any help anybody needs, that would be great.
I was aware they were sort of looking. What have they done? Excellent.
For the Port of Klickitat, they're still pursuing a couple of different tenants for that new commercial building that we had assisted in funding. If those don't pan out, so to speak, we do have one or two other tenants that we're trying to help take over that space. In regards to some current events, so due to our past history with the Dallas Port Culinary School and previous tenant with Sage Tech, we haven't been too involved outside of just speaking with the people that wanted to overtake or take ownership of the old Dallas Port Culinary School. So currently,
Put that on while you're talking, because I can really understand you with that, so you can actually pull that down.
Okay. Thank you. So with the old Dallas Port Elementary School right now, Washington State DNR has gone ahead. They're going through the lease agreement and everything, or the contract negotiations and stuff. But it looks like they purchased the building for $1.6 million. There is another tenant that was interested in the space with approximately 40 to 50 aerospace jobs. They are looking for additional space. And so we're going to be trying to work with them, see if we can't find a solution to some of their issues. Currently, we're looking at trying to figure out a way to get them 20,000 square feet of space. So that's kind of what they're looking for. Dallas Port Elementary School is about 22,000 square feet of space. So in regards to Washington, DNR, that actually does play pretty well with what we already have with Regional Airport. And so, so that is promising, but that's been in the recent news over the last week. In regards to,
Do they need that 20,000 in one building or two?
I believe it's both buildings. It is that time of year again, so with the MCAD sets, so we are going to be reaching out to different entities on putting together another list for submittal as far as prioritization for our county project list as another amendment to the economic development strategic plan. In regards to the Klickitat mill site, we've still been maintaining contact with the neighbors. They're there that own part of the property of that cleanup site. And we're still awaiting news from the treasurer on how to proceed forward. So that usually go find it this month or next month. So whenever that does occur, this is when we're going to begin to push forward with it. So, and then in regards to workforce development, I will be serving another 3 years on the board. And then also we are going to be, there's a couple issues out there in the White Salmon area. We do have a response team from the South Central Workforce Development Council that's able to speak with different businesses, whether it's manufacturing or whatnot, and the rest of trying to get some people the resources that they need. So these are some of the projects in the background. So outside of that, I think that's about it for.
I'd like to go back to the other potential tenant for the Dallasport Elementary School, the 40 to 50. Is that, I'm assuming their timeline, they need a already constructed building. They don't have the luxury of constructing or something being constructed, say on the airport, on the business park, or over the, if they're aerospace jobs, that would be really fit over there as a tenant, but I'm assuming they probably, they were looking at an existing facility, so.
I'm not sure. I need to reach out to them, and I need to see what that's going to look like. I do know that they're looking at spaces down in California. So my initial impression is California is not nearly as business friendly as we are.
Right.
They are not from our area. So as far as in Washington State, so I'm looking at trying to find a solution for them. So we'll see what that looks like. If we do have time, the Columbia Board Airport would be a really good fit. So, but in regards to finding space, additional space out there at the Dallas Point Industrial Park, that is a potential prospect as well, but that would require some additional conversations. I'm not sure if that would be the best fit. And my initial thinking is that the regional airport would be the best fit since it's aerospace.
Okay. I would suggest if they if they do want to locate, they want to build out there, they work with the same folks that did the cherry plate, because that was a really tight window, and they got it done. Where it was only about 8 months from start to finish, so it can be granted. That's a little more, although that was a pretty complicated project too, a lot of infrastructure. They got pulled off because the harvest waits for no one. They had to get it done. So they did manage to do it. So
what's interesting, I would say, in regards to business recruitment is, for business recruitment, I think we've seen in the last 3 months, far more leads coming out of commerce, far more interest. That people are much more willing to come out to this area than at least I've seen in the last 5-6 years that I've been. So I'm talking to some potential prospects out of Portland that are just really, I mean, they can't afford Portland. So when I brought up Golden Dale, they were actually like, which makes a lot of sense. So there is a lot of appetite that's out there. So.
good. Any other questions for Richard?
SEDS list, when did you say you were gonna have that ready by?
So typically the SEDS list, because of like it to be ready February or March, but it's really dictated on when our next KC meeting is going to be. When we adopt the countywide project list as well as send up our prioritized list. So
I want to chat with you before that about the possibility of adding something to it, just for the sake of ease of getting a grant. I don't know the details that you know, so I want to pass that out.
So typically, Richard starts a couple of months before the list is due, reach out to the cities, the port, PUD, et cetera, water districts, to make sure that we've got their pool of needs.
Yeah, this is more of a, I guess I'd say, well, everybody already knows that I have interest in Splash Pad. And Parks and Rec is working on it. The city has landed Woodworking Park, which has parking and has restrooms. Public Services has a community development block grant that I would like institutions to apply for. It might be easier to obtain that community development block grant if something like that was in existence. So that's kind of what the talk was going to be about. It's going to be secret.
And then I would say the last one, and this came out of the Reds. It's I mean, well, I'll just speak to it. So there was Washington State had a broadband grant that came out. I know you were talking on it, Commissioner Anderson. That one had a very quick turnaround for pre-submission application phase, which was, I believe, like 14 days from the time that came out. And speaking of them, it already kind of sounded like they had a number of those already vetted. But there is another one that came out with the USDA, and they have $1.15 billion for the entire U.S., but it's targeting rural areas specifically. And so some things that that came out of that Reds, and some issues that I've seen with Klickitat, they've been having some very good progress from some private companies such as LS Networks and stuff. And so I know with Klickitat PUD trying to put in some fiber and stuff like that, those are going to be some I know we get questions on that all the time, which is broadband. And so that's an avenue that I'm pursuing. No promises or anything like that, but I wanted to give you three an update on where the Washington State broadband is. That one's already closed. And then what I'm going to be pursuing, which is going to be the USDA avenue. So
Maybe a point of clarification, I think the PUD is talking with Fort Benton County, Benton PUD regarding extending some of their broadband service here. It's not the PUD looking to get into the broadband.
But are they, I've heard this, a fiber line coming down the highway, but is this actually to hook up residential customers or business customers?
I think it's middle mile kind of stuff.
So it's just laying the fiber and hoping somebody will hook up.
Yeah.
We have a lot of that out there.
Probably more.
Yes. It's the redundancy is the big part.
it is going to be some of that. It's going to be part of that as we continue to try and kind of wade through this. Is going to be looking at who might the customers be, where it's going to be, and what type it's going to be. So there's still a lot that we need to flesh out. So.
I'm trying to remember.
One thing I think that would probably help is that we get middle mile line built down to storage land would be. I try to focus on that as a direction.
All right, ready to move on to natural resources?
Actually, before we leave economic development, I will report, I had a disturbing but gratifying and satisfying Zoom meeting this morning with Jessica from McKed, Forest Service area manager, Christina, the executive director of the Gorge Commission, Kevin Waters, Skamini EDC, over the final disposition of $1.9 million grant that McKed had applied for and was awarded a USDA rural development grant for revolving loan funds for business development in the Gorge or in the region, McKed region. The dust up was over. There was a expectation on the part of some people, mainly the ones I mentioned, that those were the remaining $2 million of promised yet not appropriated $10 million in the original scenic gap 35 years ago, and as such, the dollars would have to be Klickitat County would be ineligible for access like we have with the first $8 million of economic development dollars that have been invested here. But this was not, these were the conditions of the USDA did not include any scenic area. There was no tie to the scenic area. And we had argued that Klickitat County should be eligible. And so USDA was on the call today and did an excellent job of clarifying and made it crystal clear that those were not part of the conditions, that so businesses in Klickitat County are eligible for those funds. So half of that 1.9 million will be split between Oregon and Washington. And so $950,000 will be on the Washington side, split between Skamania and Klickitat County. It's not split because it's as a region. I mean, it's split as a region, so it's not half to Klickitat, half to Skamania. But our folks will be eligible. I got a commitment from Skamania EDC that they of course, will process, because they are going to be handling they're the Washington people that are going to be, as they have been administering that. They will have to go as a concession. That really makes no difference. They will have to be judged for consistency with national scenic area guidelines, which any business that's located in the national scenic area in Klickitat County already has to be in compliance, which has been our argument all along, is that we have ordinances, they are in force, our folks should be eligible. So they will, although USDA rural development USDA was very specific about those requirements are not in their grant. And if an applicant is denied based on that and they appeal to USDA, they will approve the grant because it is not part of the requirements. You cannot put requirements in excess of what the grant requirements are. So that was a big win for us. So I think the battle is over. I think because everybody was there at the same time and heard it all, and there was no daylight. There was nothing left to misunderstand. So that's good news for us.
Yes.
That's one, every 35 years we get a win. So.
I've got one other. I got a phone call this weekend from a small business owner wondering about our small business grant program. Apparently that's still on the county website. We might want to take that.
Yeah.
Small business grant stuff down.
Need to clean the website as well as the office.
Yes. As you're moving. And I don't know if you, back to the one, if you want to reach out to Kevin and see, since they're, how we can coordinate as far as so we can get folks from us, that we can hand people off to them for processing.
Okay.
And
Then we all got an email from, I believe, from the Lyle Branch, trying to review the Lyle Branch. I sent them back an email that I believe we don't get too involved in granges. I do remember we did $5,000 or something to do the white salmon painting or something. Off the top of my head, but I couldn't see the other history with getting involved in granges. So I told them reach out to you and see if there was any community development or whatever.
I think that early on, when they built the new, as I recall, in the 90s, we assisted with the cost of building across the community center.
It's out in the middle.
That's also the Lions Center, but they had this they sort of either created the community center as a separate function, so that money went into there. They do senior lunches, they make it available for public meetings. So they had to, for want of a better word, try to do all that.
And I mentioned to the lady that we don't typically get into the grant thing, but we're professionals, and that's what I told them. So
Did you get that email?
it came to the BoCC and I answered it individually, but I don't know if she's reached out to you guys.
I'll pass it on.
I think I just sent a phone number. That's it for me.
Good. Okay, we can move into natural resources.
Okay. We work with the central and the eastern Klickitat County conservation districts as an ongoing effort flowing out of watershed planning for plan implementation. One of the things that the district does is monitor stream flow, the number of streams, and also does water quality monitoring. And we've assisted with cost data in the past. They use a software program called Aquarius that has changed. They're discontinuing what the district has been using for many years and now going to a cloud-based system. And so the cost of that is significant. I think the annual costs are around $20,000. And this first year, the cost is going to be about $30,000 because they transfer over many years of data. And so the district has approached me about assisting with those costs. And I'd like to suggest the board consider that sort of 1/3 the relationship for all of this monitoring, and then maybe that would be an appropriate level. My budget, I have money in my budget for doing county projects, so I've got funding this year. If I take 1/3 of it, that's $10,000. And next year, a third of it's going to be about $6,700, somewhere in the neighborhood. So we're like to go ahead and look at this year and next year. And hopefully the district can start coming up with grants again. A lot of this was grant funded in the past. Getting ecology grants has been difficult.
Did the conservation district just get an upgrade in their levy rates or that way or anything like that? Am I thinking outside the box here?
You did the, what's that, rates and charges, that was 2 years ago. It's not a whole lot of money, but it was something, so it was base funding. Can you elaborate a little bit on when you use the term 1/3, a third?
Well, they do water monitoring in Klickitat Basin, that's Water Resource Inventory Area 30. That's Central Klickitat Conservation District. And then Eastern Klickitat Conservation District does Water Resource Inventory Area 30 within the county boundaries. That wherever stretches all the way to county, that they only go Klickitat County line. So that system would be acquired by for use by both CDs. So I'm saying maybe 1/3 of it picked up by Eastern, 1/3 by Central.
Oh, and 1/3 by us. Okay, that's what makes sense. What's the how you work? Okay. Thoughts?
It's hard for me. Ecology should be picking up a portion of this town. Data, ecology. Of the information, if the conservation district doesn't have the grant dollars anymore, or who's supposed to be doing this work? Ecology give those dollars to someone else?
I don't know if they're doing someone else. I just know for the past couple of years it's been very difficult. I don't know if the college is funding it anymore. I do know that in the past it's been advantageous to have a local source for the data.
I don't know about it. I don't.
Ask if Lauren would come and give us a presentation of what's going on.
Okay.
The Aquarius web portal right now.
Why don't we do that? What do
All
we
right, we'll come back.
Come back. I mean, I want to be a good partner, and I know we do use that information as far, I mean, it's part of the planning process. So, and I don't want to have any gaps in data gathering. That's bad.
And it's good to have a local, I would suggest it's good to have a local partner
Maybe we can
involved
this.
in the monitoring so that we're not entirely dependent on outside sources.
Outside sources.
Maybe we can tie this agreement into the lease agreement for the SADIS project. I'll let him know as soon as I see that agreement signed.
Yeah. Really easier to.
Yeah.
And I think Whitney is on the line.
She is.
Yeah.
Maybe she had a few things maybe she could
Okay.
update. Get a call in from the web.
Okay, go ahead, Whitney, if you can hear us.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, I am having a little trouble hearing with the audio. Your new room looks great, but I'm having a little feedback. So if I can't answer your questions, please forgive me. So updates on my end is we concluded our fall well monitoring in October. In total, we checked 86 different wells across the county. Nothing too unexpected. A majority of the wells exhibited their standard seasonal declines from the spring. A few exceptions there were High Prairie. A majority of High Prairie wells actually came up over the summer, and the same thing in Glenwood. We're still, yeah. It's always nice to see. Usually we're seeing the opposite. We're still seeing some problematic wells that have been problem wells for some time, experiencing continued declines. We're continuing to track those and try to look for reasons for those declines, but we see them each season, so no surprises there. In general, a bigger picture note is about 34% of the wells that we looked at this fall exhibited their lowest measurement since we started monitoring them. So some back all the way to 2010 and some since 2015. In general, those low measurements are ranging anywhere from 1/2 foot to 7.5 feet lower than previous low measurements. That's happening countywide, but particularly in the Swale Creek area and Rock Creek area are where we're seeing the lowest low measurements that we've seen. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it, but just something to note that we are seeing some record low measurements. Any questions on wells?
No, I don't believe so. That would be, with the year we had and the lack of rainfall from April to October, that makes complete sense to me.
Yeah, and this is the second year.
Of the drought, so.
Yep, and then switching gears into next year and the water forecast, I was able to attend a 2021 water year recap meeting and a 2022 water year forecast meeting. And generally what they're looking or what they're seeing is we're projected to have a La Nina winter, which is typically wetter and cooler than normal, followed by a drier and warmer spring. So generally what we experienced last year, we're having the same projected setup for this year. And so what they're saying is that because of that, we aren't likely to escape drought conditions, particularly on the eastern side of the county. We might see a slight reduction in drought severity depending on overall rainfall and snowpack, but in general, we should be planning for another dry year next year.
Okay,
And hopefully not too temperatures.
yeah. Like last year, or this year,
The state record.
no state record temperature.
Dave, do you want to talk about TMDLs or do you want me to take that?
Why don't you just keep going? You're doing well.
Okay. So last time we gave an update, we talked about the new Columbia River temperature total maximum daily load issued by EPA. So now it's in the hands of Washington and Oregon State. And so the Washington Department of Ecology plans to convene implementation planning meetings for that TMDL throughout 2022. This rulemaking would affect the Klickitat and the white salmon. So we're on their contact list and we're tracking it and hope to engage early and often in that process with ecology. And then secondly, each year ecology sets priorities for what other total maximum daily loads they may work on. And this year, one of their alternate projects is a bacteria TMDL in the white salmon. But the good news is that this would be a straight to implementation TMDL. So they would kind of take it on and they've already identified the sources and they think they know what they can do about it. So that's good news.
Is that up in the Trout Lake area or more in the Houston area?
I am not sure, actually. They didn't actually show the geography and they haven't shared any information on it yet. Okay, other updates are in October, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service gave notice of advanced rulemaking for the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. They are considering developing proposed regulations that would authorize the incidental take of migratory birds. This will be a long process. Right now they're doing scoping for their environmental impact statement, which would then go through that process in 2022. So again, we're tracking it. They may transition to more of a permit and fee type structure. So I don't know a whole lot about it currently, but quickly coming up to speed. Dave, anything you want to add on that?
Just one of the reasons we're tracking it, going to be tracking it fairly closely. It's going to be directed at specific industries. It's take permits, and two of those are, it's renewable energies that they push. So it'll be wind farms and solar farms for the looking at that. And if you're not familiar with migratory birds, if you're driving down a road and a bird flies up, hits your car, and it's not like if it's a native species, then basically it's violated the migratory bird. And the feds use prosecutorial discretion as to whether or not to get charged. So it's very difficult to deal with on a wind project. That, numerous discussions with about it. In fact, before the hiatus back in, say, 2010, I was working with Fish and Wildlife Service relative to trying to get some protections available. A very large conservation easement, and try to get candidate conservation agreements under the Endangered Species Act to cover some of the risk. So anyway, MBTA is a big deal. I think another issue about it is that it's targeted at specific industries that are currently in favor of federal government that they want to promote. And where does that leave all of the others? Not a favorite industry. May continue to have potential issues.
Okay.
That's all I had to add.
Okay, so other rulemaking updates is for the northern spotted owl. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service promulgated their critical habitat rule. So what that means is that Klickitat County matrix lands ended up not being excluded like we had requested. So the status quo stays for northern spotted owl in Klickitat County. On other wildlife front, we are expecting a fair amount of money to trickle down for salmon habitat projects and ecosystem projects from the infrastructure package. There's a lot of chatter happening right now about exactly how much, when, and where those funds are going to come down. But we hope to hopefully be able to get our hands on some locally. That could be through an update to our lead entity allocation, which we get on an annual basis, and or through other grant programs that some of our partners may apply to. So we should hear an update in the next month or so as some of the state agencies start to figure out where and when they're getting funding. But there will be a lot more money available for salmon projects in the next 5 years or so.
Whitney, I got a question for you. This is Commissioner Christopher. Do you have any idea how many salmon projects we have on a county level if we were supposed to fix every culvert and every fish migration passage? And how many projects would we be talking about if it was 100% done?
That's 100% the county?
Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my.
Are you counting just county culverts, or are you counting state culverts and everything?
Things that we would be responsible for.
We ran the numbers, we are responsible for less than any other county. Except for, the Columbia Basin. There's just a few small things up in and those areas, but a lot of.
Nature of the geography and density of the road network is not even near where they're facing.
The reason I'm asking is that it's very extreme on Favorite Road.
But that's a good idea, get with Gordy and see if they've got anything identified.
They do have a list.
Yeah, there was a survey of culverts in Klickitat 15 years ago, and it was done by the AmeriCorps volunteers, so.
I said, as long as there's a list somewhere, so if there is all these funds available, we have a list. Because it may not come again next time.
Okay, we were part of the Culver case that was on the state. When you're, boss, I think you're allowed to.
Right, but that was state.
That did not
We
include
as-
counties, we're just waiting
For the. Okay, anything else? Yes.
I think the only other update is just on the Simcoe CRM project. They've hired a facilitator to work through that process, given the many stakeholders involved, and they're still trying to schedule a meeting. So no real update to share aside from that. At some point, all the stakeholders will be meeting.
Today is,
Oops, sorry, I couldn't hear that if that was a question.
No, I just.
It was a comment.
It was a call.
That pretty much wraps it up.
Okay.
That mic's pretty darn good if you can hear that.
Yeah.
It is a little echoey.
It is.
I listened to it on.
We'll get it figured out. Okay.
feels like a retouch too.
Yeah, it is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next. For Public Services Quarterly Update. Well, I see Sunday's been here you were really early today.
Yes, I was.
Okay, that's all right.
Hey, listen to this.
That's okay, it gives me some background on the holidays.
Okay, let's do it.
Good, are you guys?
Good, good.
I'm scared of the mask. I'm very convinced.
Okay, so we'll start by kind of giving a kind of a state of the union, big picture, what everything's kind of looking like right now at Roosevelt. I think the last time we met, our COVID cases were somewhat high. Those have essentially gone down to zero. We are encouraging our employees vaccination. As a company, we are standing by the fact that our lawyers essentially at Republic Services in Phoenix are kind of reviewing this mandate that's going to be coming out at eventually. We're not sure exactly how to socialize that to our employees at this point on what our stance is.
That's okay. We're in the same place.
So,
let the judges.
Yeah, when you get it figured out, let us.
yeah, and what's really funny is I live in King County, so I have a lot of employees in King County as well, and you have to present your vaccination card to get into establishments. So that has actually encouraged some of our employees on the west side to get vaccinations because now they can't go to their favorite bar, they can't go to their favorite restaurant because obviously you have to show them vaccination. Other than that, there's really no safety or environmental concerns to share with you at this point, so that's good. I think last time we talked about our budget, what it looked like for 2022. This year, hopefully you guys got the attachment. This year, we're forecasted to do 2.4 million tons in 2021, and then we're budgeted to do 2.5 million tons next year. Currently, we are struggling up in the Sumas area. I'm sure you guys have heard. Our rail spur / intermodal there has been shut down for close to 10 days, which equates to roughly about 10,000 tons. Major highways are shut down in the Abbotsford area. The border and Sumas is now shut down for building integrity issues. It needs to be inspected by a local inspector before they can open it back up. So yes, I was up at Sumas yesterday. Definitely some, a lot of damage that, public services have, offered our services, when needed. I think I spoke to the mayor last week. They're still kind of analyzing where they're at and evaluating what they'll need. But definitely big devastation in the Sumas area. Let's see what else. Metro up in BC has extended their contingency disposal contract through June 2022. It is expected they'll go out to RFP Q1 2022, and we have every intention of participating in that RFP.
And will the RFP just be for contingency? Is that like the first thing they're doing?
No.
Or is it a larger?
Yeah, so there is a plan in place to actually reduce the volume going to the Vancouver landfill. So this is really their first introduction. The contingency landfill is kind of their way of kind of getting people used to shipping waste. Unlike the last agreement, there was no, you weren't guaranteed to receive anything. It was literally as they use it. This RFP though will include a floor. Initially,
That's what I was looking for.
yeah, so 60,000 tons a year, and as much as 125,000 tons. We are trying to push the staff at Metro to go higher on the initial number. The Vancouver landfill is at or near capacity currently to their permit. Their waste to energy facility is actually not produced, or because it's an older facility, it's not able to process as much waste as it once did. So the volumes there are down 10 to 15%. So it's kind of exasperating the problem at the Vancouver landfill because you have this additional capacity or this additional need and they don't have the capacity to think.
Okay, thank you.
We do have our Port Angeles contract still pending. We're hoping that begins in January 2022. And we are currently expecting our Thurston County contract to be signed here in the next 2 months. We're currently getting Thurston County volume, so that's not the extra volume, but we will take over that operation. Port Angeles will be extra volume, about 50,000 tons.
Yeah, I spoke with their legal counsel, the Port Angeles legal counsel today. They are in arbitration currently to get Waste Connections out of the operation. Unfortunately, it's going really slow. They don't have another hearing date with the judge until December 20th. So, which the last one was like 2 months ago. So they have a lot of heavy lifting to do between now and the 20th to get a resolution. So hopefully that will happen sooner rather than later. One thing that we do have some concerns about in the British Columbia market is that Campbell Hill is operational currently. They're permitted to take up to 750,000 tons per year. Cache Creek was the old landfill that the same company owned. That was actually closed about 5 years ago, but they went through the process to getting a new landfill sited. So that is going to be a fairly large competitor for us. One of the challenges about that landfill though is it is up in the mountains. Weather is a detriment to it because of the road going up there is very challenging to drive during the winter. So I think there may be some concerns by customers in the BC market that some months of the year they may not be able to access the landfill. So it's to be determined in terms of kind of what that landfill is going to do for us long term. The interesting thing about the Thurston RFP was that Waste Connections actually utilized and did use Cowlitz County's landfill. This is the first time that we really view now Headquarters Landfill as a competitor. Previously, it was more of a special waste, regional special waste landfill. We really didn't go after municipal solid waste.
The fact that they participated in an RFP process means that they're looking for nothing. Now that is a concern, partially because of the fact that, they're located near our customer. The transportation costs could be much more minimal for customers that are either in Lewis County or even Mason County potentially. So we're definitely keeping very close eye on what's happening there. As we're looking out in the next 2 to 3 years, we're looking at a multitude of communities that may be going out to RFP. Island County, probably within the next 2 years, will be going to RFP, which is 50,000 tons a year. Skagit probably will be going up to bid 120,000 tons a year. Mason County is 45,000. Spokane will likely be going to bid next year, and that's 110,000, between 110 and 120, depending on the year. And then Lewis County will likely be going out to bid as well, which is 75,000. And the reality is if Calvin's is in the mix, the likelihood of us taking Lewis County back is going to be very challenging. So fortunately, it's the trans cost from Centralia to Calvin's is going to be
hard to compete.
Yeah. So definitely keeping a close eye on all these moving parts of the pieces for sure.
How long is the term when you guys are doing these contracts now? I mean, they were longer before and less term now, right? What's the average term of the contract?
Generally speaking, most communities want to do at least a 10-year minimum. We'll sometimes get 7 with 3-year option. The economics of anything less than 7 years for a new customer just doesn't work. Now, for an extension with an ongoing customer, 5 years is fine. But 7 years, you really need 7 years to justify the capital associated with we did get Spokane to actually extend as well. There's some interesting things that are happening in Spokane in terms of kind of how they're looking at some infrastructure and that sort of thing. So more to come on that front, but we will be having a new municipal manager starting on the 29th. Actually, 2 new municipal managers starting on the 29th, and we will definitely be bringing those folks to see you down here. Pinky Vargas will be starting, and she's going to take basically from the Snohomish County market north to British Columbia. She is actually a citizen of Canada as well as the US, so there's a benefit to having, kind of, she knows the lay of the land very well. And then Isaiah Payne will be basically taking the Eastern marketplace for us. 2 very highly qualified candidates, and really looking forward to having them. Questions for us, or?
I mean, just kind of another operational update. We still struggle, like most everybody in the country right now, with our drivers. So we are, pushing that hard and coming up with ways to, with the union site contract, we're trying to come up with some creative ways to attract, those drivers. But other than that, that's essentially all we have on the duty front and operational front. If you guys have any questions.
Nothing, just noticing again, in the report, the growth in the municipal market, pretty significant in some places. How much of that is attributed to, year over year, last year being the COVID year, as far as where it really impacted, and how much of it is just organic growth? I'm thinking it's Snohomish, and there's some of, when you're seeing
Mason.
Yeah, Mason, when you're seeing, 12, 14%, I mean, those are some pretty stellar numbers as far as to see growth.
Yeah, and I would, for Snohomish County in particular, it says 9% year-over-year growth. I kind of did some back, checking, and that number probably closer to 4 or 5 if you normalize it out and take the COVID year out.
Okay.
So 4 or 5%.
It's not bad.
It's pretty good. So there is a little, and that's why it's tough when you compare this year to last year, because it's not apples and oranges. So we're really looking forward to seeing 2022 happen.
So you don't have any, there's not ongoing, more compliance as far as flow control or efforts going on?
Yeah, there is definitely that. In Mason County, we were able to successfully implement a flow control ordinance, which actually shifted volume that was going out to Kitsap County back to their transfer station. That was probably about 10% in terms of their overall volume. So that was significant. The other thing about Mason County, which is pretty unique, is that most of the folks that live in Mason County don't work in Mason County. They either work in Kitsap or in Thurston. And from working from home, you've seen generally about a 5% increase for waste being generated in residential homes. So that could be part of that as well, because you're seeing just people working from home and then more waste being generated. The reality is that many of the state jobs will probably stay remote for a lot longer. Because if you drive into Mason County in the morning, you should see the amount of traffic heading towards Thurston County, and a lot of them are state employees. So depending on what happens with stay-at-home orders from the governor and stuff, in terms of the state agencies, that could very well have some, that may be the new norm, actually, in Mason County. Thurston did also implement a flow control ordinance at the end of last year. However, they have not really fully implemented it yet. So I would anticipate once they fully implement it, you're going to see probably a 10 to 15% increase, at least initially, with their volume. And quite honestly, it could be more.
A reduction?
No, increase.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it's like.
No, so
Doesn't sound like
potentially it could be up to 20%.
Okay.
Yeah, because there are volume that we know for a fact
leaking out
to go into Lewis County or to Pierce County, as well as construction, demolition materials and things that should be going through their system that is actually going either south or north. So once they actually get a plan in place, it'll be, I think, really nice benefit to both the public, the county, as well as the public. Perfect.
You're doing good work.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Making trash lucrative.
It's good. I appreciated spending time with the folks at the conference.
Yeah, it was a very good conference and actually really well attended considering
It was.
it was the first one. in-
I think that's why. I think people were so hungry. See, physically see.
Commiserate.
Yeah, no, they certainly did.
That is for sure. That was more food than I've eaten for.
I sure go for it.
All right.
All right,
Thank you.
gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ruby.
Betcha.
Okay, Washington Courts Action Program, CPAC Coalition Update, Sunday Sutton. And I see Kristen and Callie, I don't know if they're on live. Okay, they're not joining you in person.
Right, they're online.
Unless Leslie's online as well.
So I believe Callie will be presenting first.
Okay. Well, welcome Sunday, since you're in person. So, and welcome online.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, there we go. We're still learning that. We're apologize if it's hard to hear us or stuff. That again, this is our first meeting in the new space, and we're still figuring out the AV and the everything.
Yes, we've learned we need more mics.
We've learned we need more mics. Although in some places the mics are super good, where like the second row seat back here.
I appreciated the opportunity to come over and check out the new buildings.
Yeah, well, when somebody was mentioning how small and she said something quite impressive.
You could hear, that's what I said. That
You
was.
can't whisper at this room
No.
anymore, because that picks it up and then amplifies it to the other side, so.
So, yes, I think so. Go ahead. Callie, you're gonna lead us off. Is that what I understand?
Yeah, I am. Hello, all. I am Callie Kurtz, and I work as the Community Prevention Director, staffing the Our Klickitat Coalition. And I'm joined here by two of my colleagues who also work on prevention coalitions, Sunday and Kristen. And we're here to just sort of give you all an update of the work that we've been doing, as well as invite you to an upcoming event that we have. And I lead our DFC, which is funded federally through the CDC coalition that works on prevention. And you will see in your packet just some information about the work that we have been doing, but we've really been focusing on substance use prevention, and have been really working on expanding services for young people across our county. And making sure that they have the resources and the tools that they need to be able to thrive. And we really look forward to being able to share more of those details with you all. And Our Klickitat serves the entire county, and I will pass it to my two colleagues, Kristen and Sunday, who both work on specific programming at the state level within specific school districts. But great to meet all of you, and really hope that you can join us at our Key Leader event that my colleagues will tell you more about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Callie. So my name is Sunday Sutton. I'm the department coordinator for the CPWI grant and the coordinator for CPAC.
CPWI. I do.
I knew you'd ask me, and I knew I'd freeze on that.
I'll look it up later.
It's a Community Prevention Wellness Initiative grant, and that's through Department of Behavioral and Health. So we have been a coalition since 2005. We've been countywide and then specifically Golden Dale, and our programs, some of our programming goes countywide still. From our inception, our goal has been to engage and connect our communities. We have worked to support and establish the different prevention coalitions in our county, and we now have 4 coalitions active in our county, which is phenomenal. Through collaboration with various programs and agencies in our county, we strive to support the Golden Dale community and communities throughout Klickitat County. So our focus is on prevention, education, and advocacy. And we work to reduce risk factors that make negative outcomes more likely and increase protective factors that promote positive decision-making and outcomes. My grant funding is through the Department of Behavioral Health, but Washington Georgia Action Program is our fiscal agent. And so we partner with them. And then in this community, we do a lot of evidence-based programming that has been proven throughout the state and nation to be effective for reducing substance use with youth. We also are 501c3, and that is unique for our coalition in that CPWI has some challenges when using their funding, and it very specific to project. And with our 501c3, we're able to take donations, which enables us to do a lot more. So also with the CPWI grant, it pays for my position, but we also partner with ESD 112, which provides a prevention specialist in local schools. That's been phenomenal for our youth, and it's been phenomenal for us working with the school. Right now, currently, Angela Kruger is our representative there, and she is working with our youth doing programs. We actually have she's building that youth group, and they've already been active in our community. They did some projects already, and they have some planned projects. So I look forward to sharing more about that with our event. We meet on the second Monday of the month. I know you know that. And you're very active in our coalitions, and we so appreciate that. And that's,
Wednesdays in line.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal time in our county. And I can't express to you how awesome it is right now with the funding resources that we have. How important it is to get your guys' feedback and participation in what we're doing. Because it takes a community and we all know that. And so I'm just gonna encourage you guys to suit up and show up. And, you know, because that's what it takes. And I appreciate your time today. I'm gonna turn it over to Kristen.
Thanks, Sunday. Hello, everybody. I'm Kristen McReith. I'm the K-Link Group Community Prevention and Wellness Initiative, CPWI Director, serving the White Salmon Valley School District area. And we are a new coalition. And so we have this CPWI funding that just started this year. With the funding, we are working to improve mental health, school performance, and youth delinquency through addressing behavioral health problems that focus on youth substance misuse in the White Salmon Valley School District area. Our current focuses are on underage problem and heavy drinking, youth opioid and prescription drug misuse, and also youth vaping and e-cigarette use. And so right now we're really in the strategic planning phase. So in the next few months, we're going to be selecting programming. And so we hope to update you as that happens. And in the meantime, we would like to invite you to our Key Leader event that is hosted by CPAC Classic, our Klickitat, and K-Link. It's happening on Friday, December 10th at 1 p.m. It's expected to last around an hour and a half or less. And there is going to be time for questions, comments, and feedback from attendees. And if you would like to attend, we can send you the Zoom link. You can email me at kristen@wagop.org, and we hope to see you there. Thanks for your time.
So I also would like to share with you what the Classic Coalition and the White Salmon, Kristen, and the Lyle and Klickitat area are doing. That their coordinator is Sheila Crapper, and that coalition has been was formed in 2013. They have been very active. They've actually helped jumpstart they started with the CPWI grant. They were the first in our county to get that grant funding. And that's kind of helped snowball the rest of the funding that's come into our county with the support that they received. They cover Lyle and Klickitat. They work on public awareness through family and community education events, media messaging on their website and social media pages, as well as participation in community events. One of the community events they're doing right now is Meeting with Classic, and that's going to start December 21st. They try to plan a family event monthly where they're interacting with their community and the youth in their communities. They also have a wonderful youth group, TDA, and TDA has been to many of the state prevention meetings as well as international through CADCA. They are very active. And then they focus on, or they invite youth from 9th to 12th grade to participate in their group, but sometimes younger kids get involved and they also mentor each other. That youth group also meets regularly, and they develop and plan out and execute their own projects. So thank you for hearing that from Sheila. She was unable to be here today. So as Kristen said, we hope that you attend the Key Leader event and you've got that hopefully.
Good, and I will speak. I have participated a couple times in the past. It was well worth your time. It's an excellent opportunity, especially across the whole county. That's all gathered. I haven't looked to see where is it. Oh, it's going to be Zoom.
Yeah.
I was going to say, where's it being held this year?
It doesn't show a location.
Yeah, location.
No food this time.
No.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I know, and that is one thing I really appreciate you folks and the amount of effort it's taking to try to keep the momentum and things happening during the last 18 months. I know it's been a real struggle as far as, you know, you were talking about, I'm most involved with Classic in the Lyle Klickitat, and it's been a struggle. Those events that you would normally do with families, it's, you know, it's been a struggle to try to stay connected with people when you can't actually meet. And so I think we're all looking forward to hopefully the light at the end of the tunnel, and we can start do something. So I know that you said reading with Classic, I believe it's the next event.
Yeah, they actually do that online, and I was saying that through this process of COVID, we've all had to learn new skills and new technology and all of that, and I think that.
Yeah, Sheila's got an amazing.
Yeah. Yes, she
You know,
has. And we were all learning
sharing
from her.
slides and sharing, everybody's uncomfortable. I watched the evolution of it.
Yeah.
That I also shared as well, as far as, but I think we've all learned a bunch of new skills.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I still think that we're all learning through this process, and we're all changing through this process. And, you know, I heard it talked about earlier about going back to normal. Well, I don't think there is going back. There's only moving forward. But through this time, I want to say we had another coalition, you know, the Kaylee Coalition. So we're still moving forward, and we're very motivated in what we do. And this county is important to each and every one of us, as I know it is for you.
Any questions for the group? Comments? I guess I'll make a comment that I just want to thank all of you for doing what you do. It's important work, and you got my support.
Awesome. Hope to see you there. And thank you for your time.
You bet. Thank you.
Bye, ladies.
Yes. Thank you, ladies, on the Zoom. They were waving.
Thank you.
Yeah, you Zoom people that wouldn't even show up. That's fine.
Okay. We're actually a little ahead. If you don't mind, can I run down, you know, over or wherever?
Handicap schools are there.
Oh, that's right.
See the dad, you gotta walk.
Well, I could use the 100.
That's what I've been doing all day, is walking in here. Taking steps.
You're doing great with the spotlight. You want to press the stop recording?
Conference. Okay.
I
guess we're beginning.
Actually.
Sorry, you can continue.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Anyway, well, welcome. We're going to continue our conversation about the staffing in WSU.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I did present just a board pending to introduce the idea that I would like to get your full consideration on here today. What I was proposing was that this is one of the last 4-H positions in the state that is still a county-based position. It's absolutely within the desire of WSU's hiring plans, these positions move to WSU. And I jumped on the opportunity, you know, noticing that if WSU is willing to pay the benefits, that right away, you know, that's $25,000 in savings just in the benefits that WSU would pick up. And then also within an MOA with WSU, the county would still cover the expense of the salary for the 4-H coordinator, but that would be tacked onto the MOA that we are already doing each year between WSU and the county. The salary savings would also be noteworthy. And the way that I was previously sharing that with all of you was the savings compared to the 2022 budget. So I do also want to acknowledge with all of you that I'm aware, of course, that the 4-H coordinator position, having gone through a job reclassification committee,
What was that, by the way?
that was done 4 years ago at her hire. Having gone through the job reclassification, and then also receiving the generous increases annually that the commissioners previously have granted county employees, I do want to make sure to acknowledge with all of you that that if we were to keep this position a county-based position, of course, we would start at step 1, but there would still be a tremendous savings to the county if we were to go to WSU. So I just want to make sure that you're aware that the numbers that I presented to you, I felt like you'd be most interested in learning about the savings to your 2022 budget. But if we were to move this to or were to consider that wage at the grade 71 step 1, which would be $63,752, if we were to consider that amount, not the amount that the 4-H coordinator had previously been making in this role, but there would still be a cost savings of over $31,733. So I just want to make sure that I presented it to you both ways. And so the first part of my ask is it all right with the county commissioners if we move that 4-H position to a WSU role? And then the second component of what I would like to propose to you today is, in doing so, if we're looking at the 2022 budget, that we would have the potential to make the office manager, who is currently part-time, full-time, and potentially still see a over $10,000 savings to the 2022 budget.
I have a couple questions on the first part of that. Anyway.
Yeah, happy to do my
It's kind of
best.
two different things for me. So we're the last county in the state.
One of the last.
One of them. When did they start doing that transition to doing this?
Yeah, they have been transitioning over the last several years as people have left their positions, and many people who get into a 4-H coordinator position, they don't come open very often. A lot of people are lifers in those positions within their communities. And so as they actually open, that's the opportunity to try to change employment.
Oh, because they don't want to take somebody that was making 69 and tell them, oh, I'm sorry, you're making 55.
Yeah, and to be.
And so this wasn't even an option 4 years ago when this last person was new hire.
It wasn't, and to be frank with you, I had to get special permissions from WSU, which was part of why it took me an additional time to be able to come to you to present this, because I didn't know until earlier the Monday when I presented on Tuesday for the initial idea, I had to get special permission to offer this position at a higher wage than WSU typically offers it. So I had to get higher authorization.
So even the 55,000 is higher than that.
Yes, it is. And that also, and so it's also very indicative of, unfortunately, these positions are having some high turnover right now, and they're being affected by the idea that these positions haven't traditionally paid well within WSU. I know you're all familiar with the idea of, public sector positions often don't pay very well, and I appreciate and value that the commissioners have worked hard to make sure that they are compelling their employees to want to stay in these positions by making sure to pay them well and to also acknowledge some of those increases that have happened traditionally as well. So right now in Wasco County and Hood River County, they have their 4-H coordinator positions open with OSU directly across the river, starting at 60. So I had to ask them to have permission to open it between 55 and 60. Now my numbers are for 55, and my goal is to offer that position out of 55, 60 giving a little bit of room for negotiations if that needed to be the case.
So essentially, because it would be MOI, they would be a WSU employee and subject to WSU employee policies and procedures. WSU would pay their benefits. We would just be covering the wage.
Yes.
There would be 55 grand.
Yes.
If it's more than that, who approves more than that, WSU or us?
So I have permission from WSU currently to open the position between 55 and 60, and I worked really hard to do that. So I'm hoping to have your permission also to open it to between 55 and 60. Now, of course, my starting offer would be 55, but it gives just a little bit of room, and in which case I would expect that I would need to come to you again and say, hey, we have a great candidate, can I offer this position at 60? Are you all right with having an MOA that reflects 60, or maybe it's somewhere in the middle? I did get asked about COLAs, some additional information that you're not asking now. I would share that in my 5 years with WSU, I've only received a 1% increase one time in 5 years. We don't even receive COLAs. So in the event that the AP staff, which this position would be considered, you know, an AP, in the event that the state legislature makes funds available, and they have previously, WSU still doesn't always elect to give us that increase. So it is something that's been a contentious issue where they are not paying staff enough to retain them. It is a possibility that there could ever be a 2% or a 3%, which we would then ask the county to cover. It's unlikely, but it can happen. So I just want to make sure to address that. But we do not receive annual COLA.
So to me, step one, it obviously makes sense to save those funds and have it be a Washington State employee. And I'm fine with the 55,000. More than that, I would need to. Everybody else, we're telling them start at the bottom. I don't want to give too much authorization to start higher than the bottom, because then I'm going to hear about it from half the other departments that we, you know, gave somebody too much leeway and they didn't get leeway, and then we're playing favoritism.
Right. And do you recall that the bottom for a county employee in this position would have been 63,752?
That's where I am on step one.
I would say for me, as far as the first question, I'm good with it. I mean, yes. As far as the 55 to 60, I mean, I can be, it's a net benefit to us. That's a range, just like we generally advertise step 1 through 3. So I don't know if that's roughly equivalent to that kind of spread.
Pretty big for every step.
Well, she's going to come in at 55 and $1 is what she's going to come in. Although maybe not. So
And where I'm at on step 2, which is increasing the part-time to a full-time. As we know, it would behoove us as a county to add positions, minimum of 1 position to 911 dispatch, of which they may or may not get. And we know we've made decisions in home care and juvenile probation. But stick with that narrative and say one is not more important than the other. We can't hire and or double one job duty by taking away.
I would like to just make sure that, you know, I'm doing a good job of representing my department by sharing that, you know, previously, before the position was split, we did have somebody in that role, although they had responsibilities to another department, where we had access to that person 40 hours a week. And we were, you know, really mindful of the ebb and flow between departments. You know, sometimes seasonality would mean that we would be more than another department might, but we had somebody who was in our office 40 hours a week. And since the time that I learned that would be that position would go to 0.24, I've expressed concern at every opportunity in front of the board. It is a limiting factor for us. We had that position open longer than I would have liked to, because I knew how important and critical it would be to make a good hire. We made a good hire, identified somebody who could do this job, but is not currently able to complete the training that's necessary for the job, or to get the entire scope of this job even close to being addressed in 24 hours. So for me, it's a concern about capacity now, but also in the future. In the last 2 weeks, I've been approached about 3 additional grant funding positions where I've just had to say, I don't have the office or staff currently. Let me get back to you on this. So I will respect the decision of the commissioners, absolutely. And I know that you're in a tough position where, financial decisions are, very well vetted and they're hard to make. I just want to make sure that I do a good job of representing the fact that, if we don't have a full-time office manager, it will impede my ability to offer as many services to Klickitat County residents.
I hear your pain. I feel it. I see it. I know it. It's just from my side of this desk with the hard decisions that have to be made during this budget cycle, because this is my opinion. Previous boards had a problem saying no. Has got us in a position that we have to make hard choices and go before the voters. Pick those hard choices, and it's hard for me to explain those hard choices if I extend programs and services, whether it's you or anybody else.
And I'm hopeful that, finding our own funds to be able to cover this additional ask might make it more favorable as I'm presenting to you all. Even there's still savings to the county with this nearly 40K to the 2022 budget. There's still a 10K savings to the county. So it would be reallocating funds within our own department.
As one of those old board members that apparently just said yes to everything, I'm saying yes. I'm a yes because I do see you funded it. You're actually still saving money over what the 2022 allocation is. So I don't have the heartburn over. I mean, we asked departments and directors if you want to reallocate resources to redo your departments and restructure them so that they better serve the community or whatever they're doing. That's something to be celebrated, not punished by, wow, thanks for the $40,000 or the whatever. We'll take that and we'll use it for something else. That's, and I will say you have been a very strong advocate in the past for this exact what you're trying to do now. But it would have required additional resources to do it. The board said no in that. So Hannah has been said no to on multiple occasions, and you have come back with a way to actually, at least to get me to say yes, because it doesn't, I'm actually still saving money. I don't have to put more dollars towards it. So I'm a yes.
Thank you.
I guess I worked out the numbers a little differently. I took step 71, I looked at the savings and then the additional costs. And so I had a total savings between 28,785 if it's a 55,000, or the total benefits cost. It's a 33,785. The increased cost, so those are savings. The increased cost from 11,018 is 29,000. So it actually kind of comes out pretty close to it. With that being said, I always like to say, if you have the ability to go out and have 3 different grants, right? 3 different potentialities for grants that can then pay for additional overhead, then you're selling it to me more so. Going from, $69,000 position to $55,000 position, and that's still on the high side of what WSU regularly pays. We've already been paid well above the average for quite some time. I don't know how many positions in the county we can say we're quite well above the average for any position throughout the county.
Please know that was not at my suggestion. That went to job reclassification and I didn't have a say.
I understand that. But then at the same situation, we went through the preliminary budget. And if we would have went through the preliminary budget and at the beginning you said, here is what my budget is, here is what I'd like to do, that's 55,000, because this isn't just, your department's money. That's not how I see it. I see it as it's all the county's dollars, it's all going, it's the general fund dollars, it's the general fund dollars. Where the conversation would have then began was, it's 55,000, that's what you're shooting for. It's a savings of 3,700 to 8,700, depends on whether it's 55 or 65, that's your savings. And then there's the benefits, which once you add the benefits, that looks pretty significant. We also are losing the ability to have any direction and control over that position of that person from the county over the long run. So, we've got an MOA, whatever WSU decides, that's what we do. What I'd love to, and I don't like tying it together. I like to say, this is the decision here, is the first decision to go with. If it's WSU, a great idea. Absolutely. I talked to your supervisor, I can't remember his name off the top of my head up there, and I'm fine with that. In terms of going to the full-time position, my preference would be if you can go out and find the grants and find the services, then I will say yes.
There's two things I want to make sure that we're on the same page about. When I presented my budget, I did not yet know that the 4-H coordinator had any intention of leaving that position, or I would have included it at that time. So please know that if that's part of your decision-making process. Had I known that the 4-H coordinator had applied for a position or was planning to leave in any way, that we could have entered that conversation at that time. I didn't have that information, have it be part of our budget conversations then. But I would also say that I am very uncomfortable with the idea of accepting grant funding or writing grants when I know they do not have the capacity to serve those people well, to go out and to secure additional positions in a hope that I might then be able to have capacity by coming back and asking again. That's not something that I think is, in my opinion, of how I would handle that as manager of the department. I wouldn't want to go out and try to secure additional positions, hoping that I might be able to then secure enough capacity with our office management to be able to support them.
So what I meant there, having served on many boards of soft money organizations, that's usually what you do. When you go out and you find the grant, then you get to have the additional services to manage the grant, and you build that into the grant codes. You know what I'm saying? So your overhead, a portion of that position is that managerial, is that office manager. Then that pays for itself.
The opportunities that we have had currently include funding for a position for a person, not for additional capacity for additional services.
Discussion. I think you got a yes and a no and a maybe. That sounds like that.
But not a forever.
Would the board be willing to give me any guidance about if there's maybes or not a forever no? Can you give me some direction about in what instance it would be worth coming back and presenting to you again? I want to be mindful of your time and make sure that if there's things that would sway your opinion in the future, that I know what those are.
It's a different budget year.
For me, it's workload. If you say you're tapped out at 24 hours, and that might be the appropriate level, but I don't like having something downstairs that's going to be closed 2 days.
Me neither.
Okay, that's not what I like. But with that being said, if you go out and you get the additional workload, the additional people that are fully covered, and then the workload is there to match that.
The workload is already there. We already haven't been able to complete training, and she's already, even as talented as she is not able within her 24-hour period, able to get the necessary job functions done for herself to keep our office together, let alone when we are able to secure more grant funding positions. So this is already an issue now, not just in the future when we might have additional people brought on with grants.
Which office is the new 4-H program or program manager?
out of Goldendale. Again, I will respect your decisions, of course. I just want to make sure that I know under what circumstances it is that I should approach you again. And if it's an annual thing at budget, I will do that. But I just, if I'm hearing that, maybes or not forever, I just want to make sure that I understand what that is so I can be sure to give the best possible rationale to you in the future.
It's not necessarily a new budget for me. We're making huge changes to the budget this year. We're making huge cuts across the board. Next year's going to be probably just as bad, not potentially worse. When we look at things, and I have to look at that. I think you've done a great job finding savings, working with WSU. I'd like to say thank you to WSU for being willing to take on those benefits, not be required us to pay them. I hope that you can find somebody for 55. When you're looking at, and I understand. I mean, if 3 counties all have openings, well, it's probably in part due to the COVID situation and what we're looking at. How difficult it is. But with the other spot, with the office manager, we need to get this budget finalized and then find out where we're truly got a lot of things. And I hear what you're saying, Dan, when I'm looking at where is the dollars needed most. Looking at the core functions of county government, whether it's E911, sheriff's department, the core functions. You guys are great partners in terms of like that core functionality of the county. At levels might not be the same. Prioritization.
So that they have to do. Sure, sounds great this year. What about next year? Am I putting somebody to full time just to knock it back down again next year? Am I putting somebody to full time because our entire budget for public health this year is $200,000? Is that going to be the case next year? Our entire senior services budget this year is only $300,000. Is that going to be the case next year? So are we going to have to lay off, employees somewhere because we said yes too many times this year? I would like to see where the chips fall and get a better understanding as we go into next year on what we could potentially, did we fix our budget problems this year, or are we going to have to do some more stuff next year? Not necessarily saying come back next October. Early next year, we might be able to have some financial insight on what it says for next year. But until then, that's just kind of where I have to look at.
I appreciate that. I feel like my concern is that I found the chips and I won't have chips next year, so
I remember,
put those in reserves for me. Put those
I
chips in a
remember
reserve
your
category, would you?
And I will also say that part of it for me, just to be blatantly honest, is to see whether you hire at 55 or whether you hire at 60. Part of it for me is to walk by that office on a Thursday afternoon and see if there's somebody stepping. The more I like this answer, that answer, this answer, the more.
More likely we can have people staffing it if I can staff that office. And I think, I just want to make sure that you guys know that my goal when I was brought on as the director and came and found these gutted departments of both Klickitat community counties, the other not being your issue. I want to provide more services in Klickitat County. I want to, and I want you to know that I'm asking, what I'm presenting is help me to provide more services with these funds, to be able to have the support I need to be able to provide more services. So, when you're talking about serving people, please know that's my goal also. I want to provide more services. This is our linchpin. This is our limiting factor.
And I agree. It's just, I hear that from everybody, public comment, provide childcare at least for employees, gotta have the money. Provide a humane society for the dogs, gotta have the money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of services I would like to provide from abused children to domestic violence to, we're gonna have to pick our mouths because we don't have the money. So I agree with you. I'd service. I just have to be financially mindful or no.
Okay, I think we're done.
Thank you for your consideration.
Goes to consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with all 5 items, making one change or noting one typo. Consent agenda item number 4 should be $2,326.00. There's one too many zeros. in that consent agenda item.
Is it 2326 or is it 23,000?
2326, looking at the receipt at the back of the form.
Okay. I will.
Dude services.
There's an extra. So is the comma in the wrong place or the?
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Double checked it.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Noted correction. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Okay.
Motion for the memorandum.
Yes, please. If you would like discussion prior to,
Yeah, because this is not a, I mean, this is how it's been done in the past, but it's.
it's not a necessary thing that has to happen, given the fact that the days kind of do allow for folks to have an extra. They end up having all day off the day before when the holidays land.
I have no problem with this. Been the bad guy.
It does, that makes you the good guy. That makes you the good guy.
I just waited to make sure nobody had any other discussion. We'll pull together.
Do one.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion that we approve the memorandum authorizing all department heads to close their offices at noon on Thursday, December 23rd, and at 4 p.m. on Thursday, December 30th, hereby allowing employees to go home early for Christmas and New Year's holidays.
I will second the motion. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Not all those in favor say aye.
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 Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept the memorandum encouraging all elected officials and also their non-essential personnel to leave at noon on Thursday, December 23rd, and at 4 p.m. on Thursday, December 30th, thereby allowing employees to go home early for Christmas and New Year's holidays.
Second the motion. Motion is second to encourage the elected officials. Any of you listening, that's all we're doing is encouraging you to let your employees go home early on those days. Same as ours.
Except for that one department we'll talk about later.
So what do we call early?
What's that?
Let them go home early as in,
No, it has, it's
Noon.
specified
Noon on Thursday,
Christmas Eve.
December, yep, noon on Christmas Eve, noon on Thursday, December 23rd,
23rd and.
which is the day before Christmas Eve, and 4 p.m. on Thursday, December 30th.
Okay. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passes.
is that East Coast time?
He's coming tonight.
Sorry, I just thought I had.
It is assumed that whatever place we are when we're adopting it is that.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion to pay estimate number 1 to Southern Folder Contracting in the amount of $2,820.78, less $151.52 for retainage, adding tax of $227.27 for a total due to the contractor of $3,106.05 for the rolling security door jail.
Second motion. Okay, second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Was our estimate higher than that?
Honestly,
Well, remember when you talking about the doors? I thought it was like double.
oh, that was on the. I think this was just a like. I guess.
Yeah, because those are.
Well, there's the interior, but for the door that comes down in front of.
Oh, yeah.
He said it was on, he said like it's really expensive.
Well, that's kind of why I wish we went out to bid, we could give it engineers custom. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to pay pay estimate number 2 to Interstate Concrete and Asphalt Company, EPA, in the amount of $1,507,000, $1,507,485.20 for the Roosevelt Grade Overlay Project.
Second the motion. Okay, motion and second. This is estimate number 2, the Interstate Concrete Asphalt Grade Overlay Project. Any discussion on this one? It's on laying the last of it when we came back on Friday. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to pay pay estimate number 19 to Kirby Nickelhouse Construction Company in the amount of $247,785.46, which excludes retainage in the amount of $11,844.18 and includes sales tax in the amount of $18,583.91 for the total payment amount of $254,525.19 for the county services building project number C03120.
Second. Okay, motion and second. This is for pay estimate number 19, nearly the last one. All those in favor to Kirby Nagelhout, yeah. Say aye. Aye. Aye.
I was thinking we're still doing the last one today, and I'm like, I'm out of breath.
No, there's still the bill. For wherever those.
Well, see, they kind of disappeared down there.
No, they were in a new folder now. Sure. New building, new folder.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to pay the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $1,829,606.45 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $734,918.90 for the date ending November 15th, 2021.
Second. Okay, motion and second to pay the bills and the employees for last week. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. I think we can disable that.
Kind of nice.
Your head's in quick, so.
Yeah, I can say it's fine, except when I'm in the middle of reading something. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to pay the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $1,818,091.91. Payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $0.
Second, okay, a motion and a second. Okay, the second set of bills. All those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes.
I'm asking you.
Okay, board pending, anybody?
There's been some significant changes with the SDS sale and the Blitz crew was all let go, so all their money. That they let go of their construction. And they're making other changes as necessary. I talked to or asked.
How many? do you know?
I heard different. Up to 80.
Hopefully, most of those like bush crews can join. Yeah, I was curious about that. Is that, when they do that, because we certainly, with the sale, there's not the expectation there'll be less harvest going on, there'll be like
On the green,
on the green diamond portion. And so less harvest likely on the conservation.
and so it'll likely, out of Klickitat County, a significant portion of the ground with conservation, not
In
in
Klickitat.
for us. It might be a lot.
So does green diamond typically, they don't have a contract, they all.
Everything's contract.
Okay.
And same as most timber stuff.
Of those estimated 80 stories, assuming 95% of them live together. Most of them.
70. Got something that underwear that takes them down. Most of them.
But that was kind of my curiosity. It's gonna be heard.
It'll.
Any other good news? Yeah.
No, I think it's.
Okay. Then I guess we'll move to Treasurer Gallagher, office update, finance committee.
That's okay. They just don't want to see.
Get out of the sun.
Yeah.
Are there any speakers back there at all that you guys?
Oh, you sound good in the back room. It's kind of a dead zone.
The dead zone in the middle there.
For me, anyway.
I've already hit it. You had your test here. Check. Sorry.
That could be the finance desk.
Oh, Rudy, he'd be over
That's
here.
That's fine.
I was just saying, I did.
15, you're not very popular.
Huh?
We're down to 15.
Well, I'm getting used to it. I had to take a little break outside because usually I just run down the steps. I'm in the order. I'm like, go ahead, run down the steps, back up the steps. And look both ways.
That's gonna be an issue because I was saying that I have now twice. It's like the road's been closed for so long.
Right.
That it doesn't, it's like it's not a road anymore and I'm just like
You're just walking
walking across the road. So. Well, actually, I learned this last week as far as, basically any pedestrian in a car, it's all, well, you lose.
You lose, but you lose.
You lose.
Like,
Your family will win. And basically everybody will win. In this case, the county, the city, whoever has the deepest pocket.
Gotcha. So we, the finance committee met on Friday, out of schedule really because of.
Yesterday.
Yes. Out of schedule yesterday, yeah, it's weird. And so due to different scheduling things, so we had our meeting yesterday. The main, or the handout is for discussion point 1, which we had a long discussion on local excise tax. And I think I made a comment that was not correct, so I want to make sure that we clarify everything. We have, and local excise tax is somewhat complicated. And I'm taking these numbers from the financials. So the blue is the sales tax and the orange is the excise tax. And that goes back to, I just went back, the 2021 number is only through October, please note. So it's not
Does this have the SDS sale?
So
Say, why
from a
is
local
sales
excise tax perspective?
Yeah.
That's gonna be a great question. So we're gonna roll to the next page over here.
Okay.
So, here's the situation. We currently, the way I believe it to be set up, I've emailed Lee to get a copy of the resolution that was passed. There is a 1/4% that is the REIT. That is page 3 of the handout, which is the first 1/4%. And we talked about this, and these are all pages that are right out of everything we've talked about. This is the MRSC County Revenue Guide. So we charge 25 basis points on the sale, if it's in the county. And then we charge on page, let's see, 1, 2, 5, is a second piece that is the REIT in lieu of second half sales tax. So if you're a county that does not pay or not have the second half % sales tax, you can have up to an additional 0.5%. We currently only have a 0.25, and it's all on one line item, by the way, in the way this works. And I guess that's why I thought it was a 0.5 number, and so when I made some comments.
So we could have had this one all along.
Well, no, we have a 0.25. So like, so then go back to, so if you go back to this bottom section on this page right here, you can see at the county. So if you have a county property that sells for 400,000, the local excise tax amount is 0.5%. So then the district, the distribution, the capital would get 50%. The communications gets 50%, and there's a 1% collection fee. So that would be 990, 990, and then 20. If it's in TCA 1, 2, or 3, all of that money goes to the cities. Which that was the question about the SDS. Some of that, I don't know whether it's in the city or in the county. I don't know the mill.
The mill is
all
all in the city.
All in the city. So then all the rest of that. So that would determine. So and a lot of those transactions have been coming through.
Yeah, so the timber ground would
Yeah.
be in the county.
And I think they were trying to close on those. I think even as we're taught, they've been coming through for the last. We've done a ton of them. We're inundated with REITs right now.
They should be done.
All of them.
The sale is over. They took over.
Yeah, I was thinking there was some few more, but maybe they were last.
My question is we do the first half of the REIT.
No, it's a quarter. It's 25.
It's a quarter to quarter.
It's a quarter and a quarter. See, that's why when we split it to the 50-50, we're still doing the capital for the only the quarter. That's where it should be 2 line items, I think.
Right now, we're doing the first half of the sales tax and the first quarter of the REIT.
Well, right now, we're doing the first half of the sales tax, right? And we're doing what they call REIT in lieu of second half sales.
We are
tax.
doing the.
That's the quarter. That's the, but we could do up to 5.
But we are, that's what we are.
We're not doing, to me, there's 25 basis points on the table.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Right.
So we're doing 50, we're doing half now, we could do 3 quarters.
Right.
And REIT. So the first quarter is capital only. The second and third quarter is general purpose dollars.
It's the REIT in lieu of sales. But if we take the second half percent of sales tax, we would have to get rid of this.
That we don't have right now anyway.
No, we are using a quarter of a percent. Sorry, I tried to put this so it makes sense.
We can up a 1/4% on the REIT, or we can do the sales tax.
Right, I think that is a point where I'm kind of, that's an option, yes. And I did not understand that until I understood the local excise tax piece on there, because I've seen it in the census to have set up. I have dealt with the local excise piece to try to get the distributions correct when I came in. If you go to my numbers on there, you'll see there's a breakdown above where I gave you that, where you can see which one went into which fund. And back in 2013 and 14 and part of 15, it wasn't correctly being categorized. And when I got here in 15, at the end of the year, Glenn and I had worked together, we got it corrected so that then going forward, it should be 50-50 to each one of those funds. So,
but I put my chart here is in total dollars of REITs.
Why is sales tax now? Yep, more COVID, Amazon purchases, less people driving to the house.
Like that everybody stopped working for a chunk of 2020. So I would imagine that
21 though is year to date, so that's not.
Right.
Right. Okay, so we may be looking at two very different things here. Number one, if you say there's up to a 1/4%, on the table, then we need to make a decision. Do we go REIT pay or do we go sales tax pay? Okay, and so for me, the pluses and minuses are, if we take the sales tax, we can use that money for anything.
Right.
If we take the REIT dollars, it's gonna be on the capital improvement plan.
No, not the second,
Not
not
the
the
second
other
piece, it's
3/4,
general
not this
purpose. That's
25.
something else we learned.
Right. And so, and I didn't understand, I didn't understand the parts and pieces, and it went back through, Jen found a great file in her office and brought it up.
So is this excise tax number you have on here, is that a half? If we would only get another quarter?
Right.
Or so, half of that?
Nope, we would get another quarter,
So
that would
let's say
be, that would be able to
2020,
be
it says
general
eight-
purpose dollars.
So 2020, it says it's 840,000, but we would really only get 429.
Yes, additional.
Because there's only another quarter over this half.
Yes, that's correct.
Waiting for a nod over there.
Well, I'm lost on where you.
No, he's saying if we took the extra,
If we took the quarter.
so the 2020
quarter-
to 843,780 represents the first and second quarter. So half.
Right.
And we have the opportunity to add another quarter, so it would be half again as much as that.
Or 421.
Or 421.
Correct. Yes, sorry, I was slow to track away.
What's hard to
Round
round
down
the quarters.
Yes.
But we're
And I didn't
talking
put
halves
that
and
in here.
quarters.
I mostly wanted to bring this to to really have a conversation, say, this is what we know today. And now whether I'm gonna call us in and say, okay, hey, whether these are other, I guess the hard part is to call us in and say, hey, what's everybody do on the second half, the REIT in lieu of sales tax? And what they tell me, nobody does that. We're the only people.
Because we're the
who do
only
that.
county
We're
in the
only
state
one that hasn't taken.
that
it
has
out.
there's
So it really is one of those things, but I am gonna ask and see if it can be designated differently in the system as a different financial transaction type. But just because I think it would be more clear to myself or anybody else who would be in the.
If we go there.
Yeah, yes, if we do, otherwise, we would have to take away, the other part is, like Commissioner Anderson said, there's the quarter, or if we do the half, which is general
lose the
purpose,
quarter
we
we're
lose the other quarter that we already have. There is a bit of a go away here that we didn't understand.
Wait, what?
we would lose about $400,000.
Right.
So we have 2 quarters now. If we take the other 0.5%, we lose one of those 2 quarters.
Yes.
Oh, wow. So we're not gonna get the.
They're getting this way quicker than we did yesterday.
This whole time, we were thinking we were gonna get ish 1.4, 1.5, and we're really gonna lose about 400,000 of that because we're losing the quarter, so we're really only gonna get 1.1.
Two.
But net.
Yes.
So you either go 1.2 or you go 421,000.
Right.
Yeah.
And volatility.
Right, and that's the one, the, I think, thing to think about is exactly,
But you can
and
change back. If you chose, if you decided to go the half later, you give up the quarters. Sorry, I'm trying to speak it for real.
No, I see what he's saying is, he's saying if you didn't do the sales tax and you took the other quarter, you took the 400,000 instead of 1.2.
And then next year, you're like,
Then
no,
next year you would
we're
then
gonna
flush the rest
Now
of
we're
that,
gonna
you
give
could
the
go
rest.
on with the other.
you could, you can go back, and nothing's forever.
Right.
Like you can add it,
But both of them are board discretion.
yes.
Yes, these are all, and I mean, we've all had this page in the revenue
I
packet,
know.
but we've all read how many times and we've never really understood. What's up?
Until she's nodding.
No, I'm like, just keep in mind that these aren't quick things that can be, they're not easily handled, they're not quick. So if the sales tax was to increase, we're delayed a quarter, there's stuff that has to be done with the Department of Revenue, notifications and those types of things. So I just.
We're delayed to 1 quarter.
Right.
Nothing's
So
Forever,
doing and
nothing's forever.
undoing would take time.
Yeah, that's a good.
Except for, I would
Nothing is
say-
forever, but nothing is quick.
Nothing is
The other question is what is best for the residents?
And just, I guess, just to clarify, sorry, Commissioner Anderson, but the rate piece, the other 1/4%, I don't think would be that. The sales tax is slow or has timelines, but the other 1/4%, I don't think would be as difficult and could get implemented sooner. That's all
I haven't.
I apologize.
I have a question.
No, I'm just trying to, really large decision with long-term consequences for the residents. Taking 3/4% for 3+ state, states. Starts to add up. Do you take the pain upon sale or do you take the pain every day?
Just as a reminder, the sales tax for the county would just be matching what Golden Hill is doing.
And we would get a portion of the Goldendale, let's say. Sorry, I guess I.
That is factual, yes.
It is.
You can see the names. If we did that for you.
I think we're.
I'm just saying there's an additional element.
There's an element.
There is an element.
Hey, did you?
And there is
factor-
one
factor
benefit
that in
that.
To the 1.2, did you factor in the little bump that we get?
I have that.
So there's, yeah.
Is there a way that we can try to figure that out?
It should be possible, because it should be. I assume the city reports are available.
I can't say with certainty because I actually do not know what the Department of Revenue's sales tax
I don't know that the
reports
city's
look
report
like at this
available to the
point. I still don't have access.
Aren't those public records?
Not necessarily because sales tax reports. are-
Not like in individual, but
But we
in
could
top
get
some,
the number.
because you should be able to take their number.
It's in
The
there.
first half is theirs. The second half, 85% of it's theirs and 15% of the second half. So. I don't, yeah, I have no clue what the city's sales tax numbers are. That they're big tax generators or.
All you have to do is figure out what 7.5% of the city's tax.
Going back to the rate, and the 2 quarters that we're doing now, you said this quarter has to be used for capital improvement.
The first one, the first quarter is capital improvement,
This quarter can't,
is general purpose.
so we're not having issues right now using this in dispatch.
No.
No, that was the part, that
Solves
is,
one
that's
issue.
actually one problem
That's
that
why I
we.
did clarification.
No, yes, 100%. So because in my mind, we were collecting the same piece and it was splitting. But in theory, it's all being collected under one financial transaction type and then splitting. So we're combining 2 things together into one to make a half, and then we're splitting them back out
And we were
to keep
splitting it
ourselves
half.
square. So we were correct all
So
along.
we're under the threshold if we're doing things right.
We're doing things correctly. Yes,
No audit.
right.
Well, it's not just no audit findings, it's no, where we're
Let's see
gonna
if we
find
can
the
rent it
450, but no there, since we have to use it over here.
It's not just
We would
downstairs.
have to find money for that.
Your direction was to put it into 306 and 306 was getting funds from cumulative reserve, so I just swapped. It's pretty straightforward.
I just want to make sure that clear.
Right. And that's kind
I'll
of,
remember next budget year, but.
well, and that's the reason why I wanted to bring all this stuff is to make sure we had an open discussion, so we're all on the same
I
page.
don't know how open it is. Because when these discussions used to happen, when I sat back there, I only got about half. But you go enough times, and then you start putting the pieces together.
So my long-term thought is that the real estate, the REITs are not gonna remain as high as they are.
What I think even over that is if we do choose the $421,000 model, if you budgeted for 2, now you need to go back to the budget, and realize you're 800,000 short. Thank you.
Whereas I think the sales tax is going to continue to go up as people shop online.
Yeah, but I guess my narrative is gonna be, if I do it this way, I can't pay the bills, I gotta live off my credit card. No matter how much I need.
So you're saying taking $3. Doesn't generate enough. Have to go back.
I would have 800,000 or something.
So that was discussion topic 1. Are there any additional questions?
No, but very good.
We have to make the decision. On the sales, that was discussion number 2. Originally, when Jen and I had talked, and I think there was some discussion about how we would go through, I said I would contact the Department of Revenue, work on getting the pieces and try to build the resolution for the sales tax. I did do that, but the Department of Revenue was on vacation last week, or there were some people that were out because they only have certain people. And their website's really unclear for counties. It's really directed towards consumers that are, or businesses that are collecting tax and how to pay it, or different things. I mean,
I know how to do that.
and also, since we're the last county that actually is going to take advantage of this week, so I did get a call back, and we are trading voicemails currently. I do have a resolution that I've got a resolution, so I've got a resolution, and so I was originally going to bring that to the finance committee meeting and then bring it to here, so that then that would kind of marry up with the budget. But I'm going to bring the resolution and other pieces to the next Tuesday's meeting, so we'll have those at that meantime. But yes,
We do that before we.
I don't know that it's. I think it's all
one way or the
part of
other.
the same process.
So that's why I was wondering if we do that. Get fine for that.
Yeah, they're actually No, I think it should be part of the same process because they're intimately involved. They are together, yes. Because the budget, the proposed budget is built on that assumption.
That gives people the opportunity.
Right, to say something.
Chosen, and if
Right.
they don't, then we sign up.
So I will continue working down that path with the Department of Revenue, and I will have that back. So I did not get that as far along as I hoped because of the funding there.
What was the last county? What was the second to last county? Are we, this here's a question for you, property limit, or the lowest property limit in Canada, you know?
I don't. That would be a Krista question, and that is kind of, it's subjective in that some, like I know in the past, county. Yeah, I would say versus the overall levy rate is.
Through average tax.
Right, and so you have some areas.
So you can't get really good numbers.
Well, you'd have to pull the county portion
Out of
all of it, right? So,
I might ask her if I did.
yeah,
Just curiosity.
she has the data, she just has.
It might be the time.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So Jen and I have questions, this is much for Greg. So the budget stuff, resolutions are posted. That one you're talking about wouldn't be before next Tuesday, right? You're talking about bringing it next Tuesday for adoption.
No, because it does not,
Well, I know, and we know it may not fall under the same rules. We're just wondering if that's a potential, trying to be careful, not trip on any wires.
Oh, does that have to
Should
be
I
put
be
in paper?
posting it with, not necessarily putting it in the paper, but at least posting it with the other tech, like the levies, the draft levies
Well, that's a
online?
question I had for the DOR lady, and I haven't actually
okay.
connected with her.
Yeah.
About exactly all the pieces. But I don't know the answers to that.
So I guess maybe.
And I would say for me, from a, for the budget development, the process, from a process part, they're tied together. from a legal taking action, they're not.
I would agree with that.
They're not, they're
To
two
me-
different, they're
To
two
me,
different.
you guys are budgeting the revenue to
Right.
come in next
Yeah,
year.
there's two different votes.
And if you, and I guess if it fails or something, then that's a whole nother issue to deal with the budget that's passed, that's gonna, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? But there is some timelines that I want to make sure that I lay out so that we can get it instituted by the certain time.
Right, because I think doesn't that resolution, it has to be done before the end of December to take effect
I believe by.
in the second quarter.
I think it was doing the budget. One week doing that one following.
I'm gonna try to get everything prepared, so next week you guys can have draft documents of that and have a better timeline. That was what I was hoping to have today. Or actually, I was hoping to have it yesterday for the finance committee to have a discussion there and then come here.
So the budget, the adoption of the budget is scheduled for next week, but I think
Deadline being tomorrow for submission.
so. I think, and I'm waiting to hear back from Krista. She's reaching out to her contact at Department of Revenue. But what I'm thinking is that if we need to have this posted for longer, should all of these things happen that way, I think we just need to be able to adopt the resolutions for the property tax and the certifications of the property tax levies. And then we can, if we need to post, we can post and push the adoption out, the CIP out 2 more weeks. And then I believe that that's how we can manage this.
And this isn't as much about Greg as it is board chair asked us, Jen and I be sure that we got everything flow right.
Right.
We don't have,
Things have to be done in a certain order, have to be adopted in a certain
we're
order.
running out of years, so we want.
Yeah, we're running out of calendar to fix things if we oops.
We are, and Krista.
I know that
informed me
the,
today
but the levy certification, those have hard dates. They're not necessarily, they're certainly tied to the budget, but they're not. Like the budget has to be adopted by the end of the year, but the certifications have earlier hard dates.
And if we miss the next deadline, now our budget's on next year. We plan for it.
Right, so
Right,
yes,
definitely don't want
that's my
this to-
thing.
Yeah, that's,
We
I
just-
think you're
we
right.
just-
I think we-
Historically, it has always been done together with the adoption of the budget. But I believe that we could do those levies earlier and then we can then extend and get them
If we need to.
if we need to.
Because what we don't know is, should we have a public hearing?
That's what I'm trying to find out, whether we need to have a public hearing.
That's what I don't know.
Whether it's gotta be a resolution or I don't know, I'm assuming resolution only, but I don't know whether it has to be a county ordinance, I don't know.
What we don't know in terms of whether historically we ran out of time, that's why it was all one day, things were done in the morning and then second, or if now we have more time, we can adopt the levy 2 weeks before you adopt the budget, or was it just habit, or was it, try to figure out the best way to do it going forward?
Yeah, we need to know if we have to, do we have to have a public hearing? If it's an ordinance, we have to have a public, you cannot adopt ordinances without public hearings. Resolutions, you can.
I'd say we should be planning like it is.
Oh, like it is. I think we need to have, I think this is a big change that we're contemplating. I think we should give an opportunity for folks to comment on it. And that they have enough time to understand what they're commenting on.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
So, okay.
Can't figure out. This one? It's just a supplemental.
I know.
Yeah.
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 Budget.
Good thing we started early.
Change is coming next year. Already working on it.
And it'll still be Christmas.
It'll still be.
It'll be Christmas. So,
Wow.
Jen reported on the infrastructure bill, or Jen reported that the infrastructure bill passed. That may not be to the county level, but competitive grants at the state level. Do you want to comment on that?
Sorry, I distracted.
Yeah.
It passed one house, right?
What's that?
no, the first
Oh, the
one.
first.
The first one.
The infrastructure,
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 Which
not
is-
the build back.
not the build back.
which is competitive grants,
Build back better.
is my understanding is how they're gonna manage that through the state, competitive grants through the state. So I have sent that information off to Public Works.
We did talk a little bit about the supplemental, but you guys already dealt with the supplemental earlier, so I think it was all covered. Brenda gave an update on the SAO audit, and the audit we're having to get the treasurer, the auditor, and our gave on Monday with the state audit. I have folks to go through how we presented our changes, so we'll find out more on them. The 29th is Monday. Dave did provide some new numbers for the WASAC dues, or we ensured that we thought we had the right numbers or something into the non-departmental budget for WASAC. And then I did bring up also that our dues in the Treasury Association are going up $50. I did let everybody know that we didn't think it would be the end of the world. And the other thing is that there is some talk amongst other counties, I did bring it to the Finance Committee, amongst other counties. Specifically, Whatcom is talking about possibly trying to do some legislation that would try to provide some funding for treasurer's offices as the penalties and interest seem to be going away a little bit. And that would be like a fee, kind of like the Department of Revenue, where there's a 1% fee on transactions. I'm only letting you guys know that, so if you see it, I'd be happy to talk more about it. I don't know really anything about it now, but I just know that there's been some discussion about that. So I just don't know that we have. Oh, whoa, what's going on? And then lastly, we will meet on the 10th for the Finance Committee, and then we're going to reschedule the meeting that would be on Christmas Eve, I think.
Yeah, I passed on that one. That was a hard pass.
Yeah, we all decided that was not a good idea. From the treasurer's office, a couple things. One is I think today, could have been yesterday or today, the late notices hit the mail, about 1,800 of them to taxpayers. They would be a yellow card. We did find yellow. We were going to have to do white because, of course, there's a shortage of paper, and so we almost had to go to white. But we did find yellow. They've just been traditionally yellow, so it's easy to keep in touch. And we knew we couldn't use blue because that gets into the assessor's.
Yeah, those are blue cards.
Colors.
Get the blue cards.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go white. Anyway, so those should be coming out if you do hear from anybody. The surplus auction continues to be moving along. The date will be December 1st, and the auction will be through the 6th online. And the foreclosure auction has been set for the 14th of February, and we're kind of working on that.
Do you have surplus auction website item list, anything on the county website?
I have it on the treasurer's website. It's posted on the treasurer's website, the list. Nope, that's fine. Yep, it's all posted out there. There's a link. It's under news on the left-hand side. The whole list is posted out there. We may end up having to take off a couple of vehicles that we may or may not have been able to find. There's a few sheriff's vehicles that there's a van that we have not had delivered.
The title or the actual van?
That's the title.
No, the van is not at the fairgrounds. So we emailed Eric Beasley and the sheriff. I thought it was back.
A stolen vehicle.
I thought it was back over here, so I don't know where. So we're just, but and then
it didn't fall on the hole.
Actually, that could be the one also that doesn't have the title.
I think so.
So not only does it not have a title, it also doesn't have a place in existence.
Well, it just doesn't. Yeah, I think it was sitting over here.
That's probably why it doesn't have a title.
I got
a lot of conversion.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, but I think we're gonna be able to get rid of some stuff, and I think it's gonna be good. It's gonna definitely be a different experience being online. And so, we are starting radio ads, I think today.
I do have somebody that's interested in bidding loaded on all vehicles, so.
That they just need to go on and do their thing. We have about 3 scrappers that will do that. So,
I just want to make sure we get left with anything.
that's what we do. That's kind of what we started doing, was we just contact some scrappers and ask them and, put in a $5 bid on everything or something, so that there's a bid that we can go through. So now, people that want to go out there, it will all be online, so you'll be able to see the bids and so on and so forth. So it will not be a silent bid like it's been in the past. It will all be bid. And then, it's going to be a change, but we'll get through it. And
How does that work? So the public works items that auction off, I'm assuming go in the public works fund.
Yep.
the brass will go into the,
General fund.
yes, but does it have to be used for, capital improvement stuff? Since it came out of the gun range?
The gun range.
That's the way it's set.
Yeah, it's in the general.
I think that's the way Jeff Hunter had it. We signed the resolution that it goes into capital or the, whatever.
That would be the general.
Yeah,
That's what I'm wondering.
I'll have to go back and read the resolution.
And then what about the sheriff's stuff? Does that go to the sheriff's or does that go to general?
Goes into
Sheriff's
50
is the
50. Well, and actually on the
Well,
vehicles,
the
it goes into
vehicles will
504 or 505, whichever vehicle.
Fund that keeps it.
502.
So whatever fund it's in, it goes back, the benefit fund.
The only other thing would be like file cabinets.
Yeah, do you
Goes back
deduct
to the general fund.
costs, your costs out of that?
We do take a fee out of that, an option fee. We usually try to estimate what that is.
We meeting you.
The treasurer.
That, okay, you, the treasurer, okay. I just wanted to know.
The buyer
that she
pays,
was-
the way the auction works is the buyer pays the fee to the person running the public surplus.
That buyer's fee is there.
It's on top of that.
Yeah,
And we don't
on top
have
of
to, and there is there's only one treasurer's office and it's Grant County and Daryl Pleasant is the treasurer up there and he continues to do things different. Everybody else has them handle the money. It's very easy. He did it the last time. He said it was a headache. And we all said that's why we don't do that because it's just easier for them with their platform to handle all of that and then send us an ACH.
Just one AC.
Yes. And that's the purpose of it. I mean, we have, a lot of counties have small offices, unlike ours. I mean, our phones will be ringing off the hook on, to Monday, tomorrow, probably, for Thanksgiving, and we'll have messages from, because we just have the late payment penalty, or the delinquent cards that hit the mail. So, I mean, we have so many things, but we have to do the surplus auction. So, I mean, it's just kind of the best way of how we can make it all work.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
1,800. The 1,800 delinquent notices, is that not normal?
Those are, so what we do with the delinquent notices is we don't send them to recurring offenders. So that is people that have really only a delinquent that don't have a past due from a previous year. That's pretty much about, yeah, but on 23,000 statements, that's really not, we're collected to almost 95% or
I was gonna say, I thought a year or so ago you got about the same number.
it's about that number.
It's about-
And mostly what that is also, unfortunately, and this is what people spend most of our time explaining, is you're not a criminal, you forgot, or something happened. And, just pay them out. We try to get them out a little earlier. We've struggled a little bit this year with trying the timing of everything. So usually they try to hit the mail like last Tuesday, so we're about a week off. But it's a really sharp, because we go on postmark, so we have to wait until into December till we're processed well, this year it was November 1st was the date, I think, because of the way the holidays or the weekends fell. So we had to wait for all that November 1st mail to get processed through the office and come
So
in.
you didn't
from
send
the
us
USPS.
notice out.
So we don't send
you
out
actually
actually
did
notices,
get-
right? So there's a fine line of how early do we cut it off and how late.
I don't think,
You're at 7.8, almost 8% of delinquent notices, not including the ones that have a past due from prior
Correct.
year. What percentage is that? And the parcels?
Well, there's 23,000.
There's 23,000 parcels, okay, but you're not sending the delinquent notice if they have already been delinquent.
We're not sending those, no.
So what percentage, how many of those are?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't remember.
Well, those eventually get cured.
Because a lot of those are in foreclosure, or they're on a payment plan, or and we're not trying not to send out, and with postage going up, we're trying to eliminate the people that we're dealing with on a regular basis.
I was just wondering if, does it go with the economy over
Yeah,
time?
I think a lot of it's personal property, to be honest with you, there's a good chunk of that, so it's not a lot of it, so they're small bills, it's not, I can get some more details on the amounts.
I think the majority of people don't understand the payment. Change.
Well, it's only 1% in November, which is why we really try to get them out early so that they have the opportunity.
What is it?
to December. But on December 1st, it becomes 9%, right? Or 8% plus the 1%. So, yeah, it really stings on December 1st, right? And then most of those people next year will pay in full at the first of the year.
I forgot.
Or that's the first piece, because
I
they,
think most of these delinquents are just gonna be people that don't.
yeah, well, that's all they are, because the mortgages are paid, that it's all property that's held or whichever, or somebody who,
They're driving their car a month late to do their tags because.
or lives in
forgot about it.
Oregon and they're on an off, then the payments are different. Well, no, because they're not in Washington and.
Right, so if you used to those.
It's normal, I think we've had it the same amount. I think
No,
last
October
year we were
31st is
closer
burned
to
into my head, so it's not like you're.
That's why.
Yeah, I think it was
Nice to
2,000.
be able to have a house.
No, I used to do that too, but I always had some of them, frankly, but, let's move along.
That's all I had, unless you guys have additional questions, or you guys would like additional information on anything. That's the update of what we've covered.
Okay.
Good clarifying information.
Yeah, no, it was good for me too.
Looking for on the read, so.
Okay. Our last item really is, the prosecuting attorney on the agenda. Mr. Cannell, did you wish to, do you have anything you needed to discuss with the board or the board team?
I don't have anything today, gentlemen. Thank you.
Questions? All right, thank you, sir. With that, unless there's some other issue, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to regular meeting until next Tuesday, there are no more comments.
Okay, I have a motion, a second to adjourn. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
This week,
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving.
did we schedule the potable water thing for a workshop one day or something? And see it